For inspiration, does anybody want to review what happened in our initial session?
You like everything?
No, well, I mean, just a brief sum up so we can all be on the same page.
Artem, I heard you going. If you want to go.
Sure. I kept diligent notes in my notebook. And by that, I'll go over things real quick. We arrived in town, explored 3 locations, the inn, the church, and the bakery. We discovered that there is some disputes between the owner of the bakery, Mr. Redcliffe, the mayor, Tarek, and the trade commission in Luskin about distribution. In addition, we learned that Tusk cakes have a secret ingredient, which made our dreams even worse. The mayor was immediately suspicious of us upon introducing ourselves, but he did at least point us in the direction of investigation towards the bakery. The inquiry in the church revealed that the logo on the Tusk cakes was just a small sample of a greater picture, including a ship with a pirate flag. And so on, we proceeded to investigate that clue, and also found out from the church that Pallon, the founder of the town, was the one who commissioned the painting originally and had previously been a pirate back when the area was covered with ocean. After investigating at the bakery and being stonewalled pretty much by Mr. Redcliffe, we managed to convince the hand to give us a tour of the facility, at which point we gathered enough information to find out that the shipment of secret ingredient was delivered every night, every so often at midnight. Upon staking out this location, we found that a kobold named Snoggy was delivering the goods, and through a little bit of persuasion and coinage, we convinced him to lead us to the mine, at which point we investigated further, finding out that the mine itself was actually the remains of a larger being that had lived in the area back when the oceans were the oceans. The kobold shaman also advised us that the tale of the dream was that the creature was actually the thing that caused the shipwreck of all of our nightmares. And so he also told us that Pallon had made a deal with the kobolds long ago. And from that, we gathered that we should investigate this Pallon fellow just a little bit further.
All right, that was an excellent summary, please. Well-deserved inspiration. Yes, as just to kind of add a little bit to that, the kobold revealed to you that these nightmares that you're having, the kobolds actually have the exact same nightmare. They routinely eat the red stuff, which they call the food of the gods. They have begun to worship this Leviathan, which is a mythical draconic creature. And they think that these visions that they're getting provided by eating the red stuff is some sort of boon from their god. They worship the red dragon Ashardalon, and they think that this Leviathan is a scion of Ashardalon, given this is something provided to them by their god as a boon. So that's why they were kind of questioning why you would want these dreams to actually stop. You also learned a little bit more when you were at the church and you talked to the priest. I think only one of you went to the church. I think it was specifically, it was Dewey that went to the church, right? Or was it Emil?
I went to the church.
Okay. When you went to the church, you met the priest of Illmater, Father Osborne. And Father Osborne did tell you a little bit about Pallon. He was once a pirate, and now he was now referred to by the town as Pallon the Pious. But when he was a pirate, it was said that he had some sort of epiphany during a major shipwreck. That's the shipwreck that's depicted in the painting, and that was the moment that caused him to give up his pirating lifestyle and turn to be a good person. Later on in his life, he had a very tragic death. It is said that he was pining over a woman that he had lost contact with and could no longer find, and because of his forlorn love, he stopped eating, stopped drinking, and then sort of wasted away. And that's how he eventually died. It is said that he is buried in a crypt behind the church. So the party leaves the Kobold Den. They eventually they allow you to leave. Now that you've kind of made a deal with them, you would promise them that you can give somehow deliver to them the riches of Redcliffe, the baker. And in return, they would leave any travelers alone, and they would keep their little home inside the Leviathan Den. But as you walk out of the cave, Snoggy runs up to you guys. He's kind of looking green. He's like, "Did you kill the leader, Riker? The Snoggy the leader now?"
No, Snoggy, you didn't want to be the leader. You said Snoggy too small, so we let him live.
But you said you killed the leader and give Snoggy the leader's treasure box.
You said you didn't want to be the leader. I don't know what to tell you, Snoggy.
Snoggy looks really dejected, and he says, "Ah, Snoggy, you dope. Got tricked again." And then he looks at you, and he gets a little bit angry. He says, "Snoggy swears one day Snoggy will not be small kobold, will be big kobold. Snoggy will start his own clan, and Snoggy will find you." And he turns around, running away angrily.
I'm gonna kill Snoggy. I don't like that.
Okay. What are you gonna do to kill Snoggy?
Toll the dead, I guess.
Let me bring out a kobold.
Because that was a lot. I'm sorry. I started off like I just want to get these nightmares out of my head, but then he started promising things, and I'm like, I don't like that.
So Snoggy is kind of he's running away very quickly. You each can take an action to take him down before he escapes you, because he's just dashing the hell out of there.
Arda will abstain. He would never murder something that was running away from him.
But Snoggy had sworn revenge. He swore that he would become big and powerful and one day come after you.
That seems laughable to Arda.
Ooh, Snoggy did a nat 20 save against your total of dead. If you want to, I'll give you one more action before Snoggy runs away, because he's very good with dashing around the forest. It's very difficult to find him if he doesn't want to be found. So as he escapes, I'll give you one more action to take Snoggy down. He doesn't seem to have a lot of hit.
Or...
No, someone in your party. That was your action.
Yeah. How about I use mold earth in front of him and trip him?
He'll probably just dash around it.
Even, I mean, like, if I did it under him, it would, like, trip him. You know what I'm saying? But, sure. I guess...
How about this? We'll do a sort of a improvised kind of thing to trip him. If you do trip him, I'll give you guys additional action. We'll do an improvised attack, so you can mold your earth perfectly in just around his feet. What is your spellcasting stat?
Charisma.
Okay, we'll do a spellcasting attack against his armor class. How about that? So charisma plus roll what d20 plus charisma plus your proficiency against his armor class. Oh, that's yeah. So you were able to mold the earth right around his feet, and he falls down slap, smack on his face, and he's prone. So you can get a. Why don't you take another round? The two of you can act if you choose to.
Okay. So he's prone right now.
Yeah, your mold earth just tripped him and knocked him prone.
I'm trying to remember if ranged attacks are at disadvantage when someone's prone.
They are ranged spell attacks as well as the ranged weapons.
I mean, if you want to go first, Dewey.
Yeah,
Well,
you
you
want to
hit
try to toll again? Yeah, we gave you an extra turn because he was able to knock him prone.
Yeah, I was saying if you hit him, then I could do more damage.
Oh, if I go first, you mean?
Yeah, like if you land a hit and deal damage.
All right. Well, I'll give it a shot. I put on disadvantage. I'm just gonna cast in general because I can't target anyone.
You can still target through the combat tracker,
Oh,
even though there's no tokens.
I didn't know he was in there. All right. And
Oh, that hit Snoggy. Even with disadvantage,
Wow.
you got him. Snoggy doesn't have too many hit points. You kill Snoggy easily. He was like the runt of the litter, the runt of the group, so he didn't have as many hit points as everybody else. So Snoggy did not manage to escape you guys.
Cool.
okay.
So we're making a deal with the leader.
Well, yes, you had promised the leader that you would deliver the estate, the riches, gold from
All right,
Red
so-
Cliff.
I don't know if there was a miscommunication on that, but I was saying that we would assist them in destroying Red Cliff. I wasn't saying that we were going to go and grab it and bring it back.
Oh no, but that's how he took it. It seemed like it didn't seem like the kobold was the kobolds were interested in coming out and attacking the village.
All right.
They kind of knew better than that. So going by that, they had because you had kind of said you would go and get him his riches. He agreed to this because the gold that you were offering was a lot. Because Redcliffe's a very rich man.
Regardless of that, I mean, if they wouldn't come off of that, then chances are, I mean, they're not a threat to us in the city then either. And
yeah, these kobolds, they seem like they Riker himself, he seemed a lot more interested in just staying in his home and eating his red stuff.
Yeah, but now
rather than
not,
going out and raiding the village or anything.
They wouldn't be delivering it, at least for a little while at the moment, correct? I mean,
yeah.
So that should definitely put some pressure on the owner and the mayor. So, I mean, all of a sudden the ingredients just stop showing up.
Yeah, that would be that would be a big problem for the baker, who depends on this ingredient to create his products.
Yeah,
So you guys make it back to the town. I mean, it takes you half the day, and by the time you get back to the town, it's already nighttime. And as you get back to the town, you kind of cross over and you look at the inn, and there are several new horses stationed at the inn. In front of the horses, there are a couple of what appear to be armed guards. They're sitting there tending to their horses, sharpening their weapons. They give you a real kind of stinky look, but they don't come near. They don't approach you. They just kind of stare you down as you walk by.
I stare back at them and give them a stinky look too.
But at this moment, it seems like these armed guards, they're not marked by anything, so you don't know if they're part of some sort of militia or group. They don't seem like bandits or anything. They seem like they're commissioned mercenaries, and they seem pretty battle hardened. They're sitting there sharpening their weapons.
Just outside the tavern.
Just outside the tavern.
Okay,
There's 3 of them out
walk
there.
up to them. Hey, are you guys having nightmares too?
The guy spits on. He kind of just spits on the floor. He's nightmares. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Artem will approach and say, "By chance, are you part of the trade commission?"
He says, "Well, how did you know that?"
Oh, just a lucky guess, I suppose.
We're just mercenaries. You want to talk to Jeffrey if you're looking for the trade commission. We're just here to protect him from any ne'er-do-wells.
I assume Jeffrey is inside.
Yep.
Are there a lot of ne'er-do-wells around here?
Well, you see, Jeffrey's a bit of an important man. He doesn't go anywhere without a armed regiment. He says, we just do what we're told. We're getting paid.
Okay. I'll go into the tavern.
So you walk into the Poetic Inn. It's sort of the inn in a tavern at the same time. And when you go in there, you see that your old friend Oswald is there, the half orc bartender. He's sitting there cleaning some dishes and cleaning some mugs. And he looks at you, and the atmosphere inside the inn is really tense. You see a man in the corner. Looks like this. He's a young man. He otherwise would be a very handsome man, except that he looks like he's got a lot of battle scars all across his face. Looks like this guy has seen some serious war. He kind of holds himself in a very noble air. You can see he's kind of upperclassman. He sits there, just sitting at a table, staring at you, and he's got 2 armed guards behind him, and he's sitting there eating dinner. His dinner is not, of course, not as ridiculous as the mayor's dinner. Just a sensible dinner for a nobleman. And he just kind of sits there, just staring you down, burning a hole in the back of your head, figuratively. And you guys walk up to Oswald, and he looks at you, and he kind of just like his eyes motion over to this guy sitting in the corner. Oswald says, "Yeah, so the trade commission's looking for you."
Looking for us?
That's unusual.
Why?
Well, I mean, Oswald kind of leans down a little bit, like trying to tell you something. He doesn't want everybody else to hear. He's like, to tell you the truth, we don't like these guys very much. All right, they wanna take the profits out of this town. Nobody in town really likes these guys, but they come around every now and then. It appears they're trying to have some sort of deal with the mayor, but Jeffrey came down earlier today, looking for the mayor, and apparently he had gone to the mayor to talk to the mayor, and then had gone to talk to Redcliffe the baker. And after doing so, he came back to this inn. He just sat there, and he's been sitting there for the last 6 hours. He says, "When those 3 adventurers come back, I want to speak to them." And he's given me a couple of gold pieces to direct you guys towards him.
Can I have a coffee?
Sure thing. On the house.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
He's like, "Look, I don't know what's going on here, and I don't know what's about to go down." He's like, "But you want to leave my inn and this town out of it, please."
I'm sure they just want to talk to us.
He's like, "Maybe, but he's got a couple of armed guards here."
I look over at the guy that's watching us, and I notice the guards for the first time.
Yeah.
Oh,
So those 2 guards that are with him, they are dressed. They are kind of equipped the same way as those 3 guards outside. So you surmise that they're part of the same guards.
Interesting.
Okay.
So and then Oswald kind of leans over to you.
Hello?
He's like,
Tess? Hello?
yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know if you guys heard me at all, but my I guess mute button kind of got stuck, and yeah, sorry.
Oh, so were you saying something earlier?
I was trying to ask. Just go on, because that just whole messed me up, and I literally just brain dumped everything. So sorry about that.
So Oswald kind of leans over and he says, like, and he says to you, he's like, I mean, I've seen this man before. He's a trade commission guy. He says, I don't think that he'd be interested in just fighting or any violence. But you better watch out. These people are ruthless.
Where's the mayor?
He says, oh, the mayor's gone home for the evening.
And I look at Artem and Dewey and say, do you guys even want to talk to him?
Maybe he'll know how to stop the nightmares, or he'll know something more. But I doubt it, really.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably wants us to investigate or potentially help him resolve his dispute through unscrupulous methods, of which he will find I am not interested. But if there is any potential for nightmare ending, I'd certainly like to investigate the opportunity.
Yeah, everybody around here is only interested in one thing, and I do not care about it.
Yes.
Yes, it seems like most of these important NPCs, they just want their profits. They want their money.
Interesting.
Well,
but that's what that's what you'd expect. That's what they would. Nobody else is suffering from these nightmares. It's only you three.
Oh, Oswald said to leave the tavern and the town out of it, and my reply was, isn't the whole reason they're here is because of your town?
He says they're here to broker some sort of deal, definitely in their favor, and that's between them and the baker and the mayor. He says,
and now apparently,
how did they hear about us?
He says, I have no idea.
We're in this tavern.
They asked for you specifically. He described to me a dragonkin, a short man,
okay,
and a paladin who never takes his helmet off. So I assume he means you guys.
Well,
maybe he also has dreams.
He could have been talking about anybody when they said short man. I'm not really that short.
Oh, you're not short?
No, he is.
Okay, so you're saying in character I'm not that short. I got you.
I mean, there are people shorter than me. I mean, that could be anybody.
How tall does he look to us?
He is about this man is about average height. Oh, are you talking about Dewey?
Yeah.
Dewey. He's like 5'2".
5'2". Okay.
Well.
Dewey, are you old enough to sit at the bar? It just crossed my mind.
I'm pretty sure the drinking age is like 12, because the life expectancy is like 20. So 20, yeah. Yeah, I'm allowed to be here. I'm just drinking coffee anyway.
That's right.
Speaking of which, once you have your coffee, I suppose we should go introduce ourselves, since this gentleman apparently already knows us.
Yeah. Thanks, Oswald.
Guess we'll head over to his dinner table, and Artem's going to just step right up and say, "Pardon me, sir, but might I enjoy some of your dinner? You look like you have plenty."
1 second, I just have to plug in my headphones again.
That was your introduction. Would you mind if I have your dinner?
Have some. We just got back from traveling in the woods. I'm kind of hungry.
Bold move, I think. Maybe I don't know where you're going with this, but
Power play was
this
when
game,
you
I'm
sat
sure.
down and ate his food.
So
you should just sit down and grab some as you're.
The man, it looked apparently he's already kind of finished his dinner. There's still a lot of food laying about, and he just motions his hand out, and he speaks in a very low tone. Be my guest.
All right, Artem's gonna sit down and pick over some things.
So as the three of you sit down at his table and you begin to eat, he says, "Oh, pardon my rudeness, and pardon this whole pardon this whole situation. I assure you, I only wish to have a very pleasant conversation with you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jeffrey Allister, representative of the Trade Commission of Luskin. And you, good sirs?
Well, you have us at a bit of a disadvantage, since apparently you are already aware of us. But my name is Artem Proudflame. My family has a long tradition of serving the good Lord Lathander.
I'm Dewey.
And
Perfect.
I'm Regis.
He gives you a warm smile, and it's almost impossible for you to tell whether this smile is deceitful or genuine. And he says, well, you see, the reason I called you over here may be a simple misunderstanding, but I, as member and representative of the Trade Commission, had been having a disagreement with the mayor of this town in regards to shipment of the product of Tusk Cakes. This has been going on for several months now. We had been coming to an arrangement when I had come down to earlier today to speak to the mayor to finally close our arrangement. When the mayor, the baker, Mr. Redcliffe, angrily told me to leave the bakery, saying that the Trade Commission had come earlier today, demanded to know trade secrets, and did a second inspection, whereas we had already done one several months past. And he had described 3 gentlemen representing the Trade Commission who had come and been very threatening to him, and I thought it very strange since we had sent no regiment to threaten the major. And then he kind of he smiles a little bit and he says, "Yet." So as you can see, I'm very curious on what you good gentlemen have been doing in this town in regards to questioning the ingredients of the Tusk Cakes.
Well, we've been suffering some dreams lately, more nightmares than anything. And
When you say nightmares, his eyes open wide, but he says nothing.
I see. You may have heard of something like this before.
What makes you say that?
Just your
weird eyes, man.
Yeah, just your facial expressions. I mean, look, I was planning on being very forthcoming. I think if you are as well, we could probably help each other out.
Also, for the record, we weren't really threatening to anybody. He was very jumpy to begin with.
Nor did we say that we were from the Trade Commission.
Mumbles as he finishes chewing something.
Well, and then he said, well, it appears that Mr. Redcliffe was under the impression you were from the Trade Commission. And as he's sort of tapping his hand on a table, he says, it seemed that you had possession of knowledge of ingredients of his Tusk Cakes that would not be available otherwise.
Perhaps, but, I mean, I'd like to discuss the nightmares first before we get into those finer details.
When you say nightmares, and when you say nightmares, and he kind of turns away, and then he kind of thinks to himself for a second, thinking about what he wants to say. He says, perhaps nightmares involving being stranded at sea in a large storm and a ship being torn apart.
Dewey, show him the wrapper. This ship.
Yeah, show him the wrapper.
And Jeffrey kind of looks at the wrapper glancingly, and he turns to you. He's like, I am aware of those who get nightmares from consuming certain ingredients from the Tusk Cakes.
Okay.
He says, we've been aware of this for quite some time. It appears that you've come to this town investigating these nightmares. Am I correct?
Well, we were getting the nightmares before we've even heard of Tusk Cakes.
He kind of nods to you.
Do you know how to stop the dreams?
He doesn't answer your question, but then he kind of looks around at his guards, making sure they're still there behind him. And then he turns to you, and he says, he says, well, what he says, one of my guards had told me a little something, and he was stationed in this town to keep an eye on the mayor. And he had told me that in the evening, three gentlemen were seen leaving with a shadowy short figure going into the woods. He says, what might that be you? And he kind of squints his eyes.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you didn't hear me. Do you know how to stop the nightmares that we were just talking about a second ago?
He says, well, that answer may be contingent on whether or not you might have been involved in a little bit of subterfuge and espionage in discovering the location of the mines where they obtain the secret ingredient.
Wait, how do those two things correlate?
They correlate in terms of I'll tell you something if you tell me something, both of which we should not know.
Sure. We went off with someone in search.
Hang on.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to know how to stop the nightmares?
You're not supposed to know where the secret ingredient was obtained.
Right,
Nobody is supposed to know the nature of the nightmares, and he kind of smiles a little bit.
So you're aware of the nightmares completely, and you're saying that you
I'm aware of the nightmares. I can't say I know how to stop them.
Oh, okay.
Well, then
I know what causes them, and I know how you can investigate them.
Well, we know what causes them too.
Yeah, I feel like you think you have more information than you do.
Then perhaps you don't feel that we should be making any sort of arrangement.
No.
In which case, you're free to leave.
I called us over.
Well, you're free to leave as well.
Will you be staying here for a while?
He says, come find me if you should change your minds.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we have what you need, but you don't have anything to help us.
Perhaps I do, perhaps I don't.
No, I think from what you just said, you don't. What's going on?
He just shrugs.
Artem's gonna stand up and say, I appreciate the good meal, sir, and if anything changes with our situation, I'm certain we'll be back around. And then just, take a slow bow and head back over to the bar.
He says, if you should change your minds, I'll be here for the next 3 days.
All right, Dewey, let's get you topped off on some coffee. All right.
Shaking.
Good
we're
day,
like
sir.
walking away, and I'm like, what was up with that guy? Did you see his face?
Yeah, I saw his face.
Yeah. I'm not sure what information he has that, I personally would like to investigate the church and the surrounding area there before we start meddling with this whole Tuskcake business nonsense.
I say
I'd like to...
loud enough for them to hear. God, we're like pausing. Loud enough for
you
the
say
table
these
to hear.
things, but this man doesn't seem to react, although when you talk about his face or anything like that.
I didn't say what I was going to say yet.
Oh, he kind of keeps his cool sitting back.
Yeah. So as we're walking away, I just want to say loud enough for them to hear. Let's just go back to the mines and sort it out from there.
They definitely hear you, but they don't react. The man doesn't react. He just sits back and kind of keeps his cool.
All right, let's walk outside out of earshot so we can actually talk amongst ourselves.
So you guys walk upstairs to where your rooms were.
Okay.
That's out of earshot of these people down here.
All right. Artem, I agree with you. I think we should go to the church, perhaps even the crypt. And perhaps there's something undead or fiendish going on there with old Pious going on, The other alternative, whether you want to do this first or after, is I think we should bring both the mayor and the baker together and as a power move, pretty much just flaunt how we know the ingredient. We haven't told the Trade Commission. We don't want to tell them because we don't care about this, and perhaps they can help us.
Also, and we're just we're just in a room out of earshot now.
Yeah, you guys went upstairs, so they're not going to be able to hear you from where you are, unless they have an invisible creature following
So,
If we're
Scrying eye.
you. Yeah, unless they have some sort of magic, they're not hearing you from where you are right now.
If we're gonna be doing something with the mayor and the baker, then like not only can we tell them that we can make a deal with whoever, we also kind of control production to the secret ingredient at this point.
there's also a risk involved, though. If we approach them, I don't know if they have any actual muscle, but once they find out that the mine is no longer going to be delivering goods, they may have a very negative opinion of the way events have occurred.
That's fine. We'll just tell them. We'll just tell them that we went to the mine because Snoggy brought us there, right? But he's dead now, so he can't say anything. And when we went there, basically Riker said he wanted to cut them out for the money and just turn them against each other, if that comes to it. I mean, who are they going to believe? We're not withholding. We're withholding the info. We haven't told the Trade Commission. We don't want money. There's no reason for them not to believe us. And more of a reason to disbelief the evil, nasty kobolds.
Well,
my biggest problem is nobody knows anything about the actual nightmares. Like, even Joffrey was saying he knows that we could investigate it based on the secret ingredient.
Yeah, he seemed to be hinting that he knows a little something extra about these nightmares. He did state what the nightmares were, but obviously you realize that he could have overheard what you had told the mayor. So
Yeah,
you're not. There's no way for you to tell if this.
We also told everyone, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he specifically said he doesn't know how to stop the nightmares. He just knows where we can go to investigate it. And I doubt he knows any locations that we don't know yet. So that's not very helpful.
Well, I'm a fan of heading over to the church first thing, and while the mayor and them are at home sleeping, and we can deal with them in the morning.
Let's talk to the if the priest is in there. We can see if we can get access to the crypt. I think we might be able to convince him.
Yeah, I haven't been to the church yet.
So wait, I know Dewey is. Oh, sorry, I know Artem. You're a paladin for Lathander. Dewey, you haven't really told us about yourself, other than there's a lot of seawater going on.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You said something about seawater or sea salt. I'm a little confused on. You're throwing around magical spells.
Yeah, so where do you hail from, and what do you do?
I'm from a place called Florida. A small town. Up until now, I was a librarian, I guess you could say.
Are you really from Florida?
All
Are you
right.
like in Hurricane Ian right now?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
I'm not
God.
there right
That's
now,
awful.
but yeah.
Yeah, my dad lost his house pretty much. So.
Yeah, is it? I hope it's flood insured and everything, right? It's
It should be, but
disaster insured.
it's still,
Yeah,
even with insurance, it's still a mess.
getting money doesn't help in the immediate.
Yeah.
You still gotta find another place to live.
Yeah, they're not home. You had to stay on the boat. So, good times.
So you guys, go back to your rooms, getting prepared to spend the evening, and in the middle of the night, all three of you begin to have that nightmare again.
I think we were gonna go to the church tonight.
Oh yeah, before you even go to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys go back to your rooms. You freshen up after days of a whole day of traveling. You're pretty tired, but you have enough energy to at least venture over to the church for the evening. Once you freshen up, you kind of go down into the dining hall, and you notice that Jeffrey and his men are already gone. They must have either gone up to their rooms or gone somewhere else. And Oswald is sitting there, kind of looking at you. He's like, "Yeah, looks like a pretty heated, looks like a pretty tense moment you guys had there."
Do you know where they went?
Well, Jeffrey went upstairs, and his men are kind of, they just sleep in the barn. They're mercenaries.
Oh, so he's alone right now.
I believe so.
Damn it.
So, are you guys gonna go up and mess with Jeffrey in his room?
The one time I'm not chaotic neutral, I would say yes, but
Artem would disapprove of disturbing someone in such a way.
I would bother him if I felt like he knew anything, but I don't think he does.
Yeah, also that.
Well, let's head to the church then while we have our chance,
So the three of you walk out of the are walking out of the inn. Dewey and Emma walk out first, and Artem, you're the last to leave. But right before you leave, you see what appears to be a woman sitting at the corner of one of the tables.
Someone new?
So, you haven't seen this woman before. Really strange-looking woman in a hood.
Oh. That sounds vaguely... Does she have purple fingernails?
She does, but you didn't know the significance of that. Your character doesn't.
Well,
She appears to be sobbing into her own hands.
Oh, well, in that case, I would definitely go over and see if I could offer her some assistance.
Big ol' Artem.
So you walk over to her, and she continues to sob.
Ma'am, are you okay?
When you speak to her, her sobbing stops for a brief instant. She takes off her hood and looks up at you, and she looks like this: a very beautiful but pale woman. She's in a silken dress that's draping her slender figure, and it gleams with an almost metallic quality. The woman's eyes are closed as she's whispering a frantic... she looks like she's mouthing a frantic prayer with her lips that are stained in this rich red lipstick. She's got these purple fingernails. Otherwise, she looks very statuesque. She's rigid, but has a kind of a very rigid and statue-like posture. And she kind of looks at you. She opens her mouth, but nothing. And she kind of shakes her head. She opens her eyes, and they're this is striking, frigid blue eyes.
Artem will, offer a prayer to Lathander and just sit down next to her and, say, I mumble something then, like, I don't know if I have anything to write with.
So the other two, you guys had actually walked out. Artem just ran up, and then you guys realized that you're outside the inn and Artem's not with you. So Artem, what are you saying to her?
I just saying essentially like, is there anything I can do for you? What's what appears to be the problem? And
she holds her throat, and she keeps not shaking her head like no.
Can you?
Her mouth is like wide open. She holds her throat, and she keeps shaking her head. No.
You're breaking up again, John.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
So she holds her throat, and she looks at you with her like frigid blue eyes, and she keeps shaking her head like as if saying no.
Oh. Then, if there's nothing I can do for you, I will at least again offer some prayers on your behalf.
She stares at you coldly as you offer her, as you say some prayers to Lathander for her.
I get up and make my way outside.
So you get up and you turn your head, and then you start walking out, and you turn your head back, and she's not there.
That's unusual.
And then Oswald, sitting at the corner of the bar, he's like, "You all right?"
Did you not see the woman sitting there?
He looks at you confused. Woman? No one's been in here besides you guys and Jeffrey's group.
Then let's just pretend this didn't happen. And Artem runs out to catch up with the other guys. Hey, wait up. I just encountered a ghost of some sort.
Oh, did you see Purple Fingers?
Yes.
Was it a lady?
It was. She couldn't speak, though. And apparently Oswald wasn't able to see her.
So all three of you at some point have encountered this ghost lady.
Did she seem violent?
No, she was upset. She was crying when I approached her.
Why didn't
It's
you help?
rather unusual. I tried. I sat down next to her and tried to comfort her, and she just stared at me and shook her head no, like when I offered help.
It's probably the helmet.
Oh,
Is your helmet on too tight?
it might be. It's he's gonna reach up and just wiggle it a little bit. Feels all right.
All right, so after that kind of chilling episode, the three of you make it over to the church. And just like the last time when you were here, Emil, there is a very dim candlelight showing up at the church from the outside of the church. You guys notice that, of course, the church is just overgrown with vegetation, even though the stonework remains well intact. And you walk over, the church doors are once again open, and you guys walk inside. This time, Father Oswald is not there.
Okay. And how big is the church on the inside?
It's not that big. It's a kind of a decent medium-sized stone establishment. It's a stone room. It's got the portrait, that creepy-looking portrait of Pallon the Pious, hanging up just above the altar, and of course, it's got that picture of the ship that you guys all know very well.
Yes. Is there any other doors in this room?
There are some doors that are kind of leading upstairs to the church. That's pretty much where the priest sleeps. And there's some doors leading to the back of the church.
All right, I'm gonna head towards the back of the church and see if the doors are locked.
The doors to the back of the church are not locked. You open the doors and the back of the church is completely overgrown. It's almost a forest at this point. You kind of squint down. You look around. You look around kind of intently, and you see all the way in the back there's a crypt.
I head over to the crypt and say, "Hey, Artem, Dewey, check this out."
I'll follow along.
And I say that low, not too loud.
Yeah. You when you guys get to the crypt, and it's a very small kind of structure. On top of the structure, it has the hands of Illmater, very finely carved. It was probably a very expensive commission, carved in marble. The crypt itself has these portcullis on it that appears to be locked. Like there's a lock to the portcullis. You unlock it and then you lift the portcullis up. You can see that the crypt has some stairs going down to like a burial chamber, and then there's another stone door in front of this beyond the stairs that also has a lock on it.
Should we rouse the priest?
Do priests live in the
upstairs of the
Yes,
church.
the priests typically live in the church. They have their own quarters upstairs. They want to be part of their communion.
I mean, how strong does this lock look?
It looks like a decent sized lock. I mean, it doesn't look like you can just rip it open. The portcullis is made out of iron.
Anyone?
I'm sure he'd be willing to help us.
Yeah,
I mean,
I talk to him.
all right, let's go. We're waking him up, though. That's the only thing. But sure.
Yeah, no problem.
So you go back to the church, and there's a bell on the altar, and you know that that's the bell to get the priest. So you ring the bell, and a couple of moments later, Father Oswald comes down. He looks like he's in his pajamas. He's in the middle of sleeping, and he comes down. Yes. What can I do for you? Oh, welcome back, Emil.
Hello, Father.
It's good to see you again.
You as well.
Are you still having those nightmares?
We are, and we think you might be able to help us.
How so?
Well, we've explored almost every avenue except this one, and we believe that, oh crap, what's his name? The Pious.
Pallon?
Pallon.
Yeah, we believe that Pallon the Pious may be part of this in some way or the other, and we humbly ask you if you'd be willing to bring us to the crypt. My buddy here is a paladin of, and who was it again? Lathander, and we wanted to make sure that nothing was desecrated.
Well, if you put it that way, for another holy person, I'd be happy to oblige. Though I tend to the crypt every day, have never seen anything strange with it, but I'd be happy to show you. And he takes out his little key ring from his pocket. He's like, follow me. And he leads you back to the crypt outside. He goes to the portcullis. He puts his key in and unlocks the portcullis, and he lifts it up. And then he goes and he says, as you can see, here is the crypt of Pallon the Pious. His burial chambers are down below, but I tend not to disturb the dead and go down there.
Nudge Artem.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and step forward to the other side and say, certainly we understand the sacredness of this place, and we just wish to inspect as any way to further removing these nightmares. And I can assure you that we certainly would mean no disrespect or take any actions that could be seen as such.
Father Osborne kind of nods. He's like, I can see that you three are quite distraught over these nightmares that you've been having and wish to have your answers. He says, and you being a practitioner of Lathander, I do trust that you will respect the dead. And he says, I can allow you to see the burial chambers of Pallon the Pious, but I do ask that you do not disturb his tomb.
What
and
kind of stuff would you have to do to disturb it?
Open it. He kind of looks at you.
Okay. Yeah, no,
And,
I don't think we're going to do that.
And he goes down and he unlocks the dusty door. And he pushes it, and there's dust coming down from it because it's pretty much never been opened. And he opens it, and you guys kind of get a waft of just stale air as you walk into Pallon's tomb. And you kind of take a look around Pallon's tomb, and there are a couple of little knickknacks here and there. There's a couple of model ships that he was buried with. There's some like mementos that he used to own, some of his clothes, some worn out weapons that he used to carry as a pirate. But you look around, there's just nothing really that unusual inside his tomb. Of course, you see it, the sarcophagus itself with a heavy stone lid on top of it. And Father Osborne just kind of walks around. He's kind of squinty-eyed. He's looking around. He says, "Wow, this place hasn't been dusted in 100 years."
Yeah, whose job is that?
Yes, I'm not supposed to spend much time in front of the sarcophagus itself. I just keep the crypt itself clean. It was Pallon himself, the wishes of Pallon himself, that we do not even harm a blade of grass by cutting it. Thus why we are the lawn in front and the cemetery itself is overgrown. It was his wish before he died.
Yeah, my lawn is kind of a mess too back home. It's not because nobody died and told me not to cut it. Anyway, is this it? This is it here?
Yeah. Well, there's one sarcophagus in this tiny room you guys squeezed into.
Artem's going to go over to the sarcophagus and lay a hand on it and
Open it.
What?
What did you do, Artem? Oh, okay.
You open it, Artem?
Father Osborne is kind of watching, so if you were to open it, he would see you. Yeah, but he does seem kind of a little bit older, so maybe he's a little confused or.
Just going to just say some prayers, for guidance to Lathander over this sarcophagus.
He says, "Have you found anything of interest?" And you guys are kind of looking through the knickknacks that are buried in this tomb. Nothing really stands out to you. There, a bunch of model ships, because Pallon was previously a pirate. And then there's a bunch of clothes, and then there are a bunch of there's kind of a bunch of little things that he used to own in life, like his walking cane when he got older. Some of his old clothes, his old worn-out weapons don't seem to be worth much. You kind of pour it over. You don't really find anything that you think is helpful.
Can I
None
look
of the
at
ships resemble one from the Nightmare?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that too.
No. The ships that he has don't look like the ones. They look like different types of ships. The ship that sank was a big galleon of a ship. It wasn't a pirate ship. It was a merchant ship that sank.
I'm looking at the model ships, and I'm like, so Pallon was just like a ship nerd?
Well, you see, Pallon, he was not always called Pallon the Pious. In his younger years, he was a well-known buccaneer, a pirate robbing merchants in a sea of shining stars. And in the second half of his life, he had felt much guilt for doing that, and had tried to spend the rest of his life making up for it, thus founding this town.
His name was Pallon the Pirate?
No, Pallon the Pious.
Yeah, but never mind. Okay, well, I don't really feel any different. Do you guys think the problem is solved?
Do you notice anything corrupted down here, Artem?
Yes, I'm going to just try a divine sense with oh shoot.
With undead?
Undead, yes.
You do your divine sense with undead. You do detect undead. It is not inside the tomb, though. It is outside the crypt.
Well, there's something outside of a feeling. I guess we should go investigate that.
So you run outside to see what had set off your divine sense, and once again you see that woman. She is holding her throat and she's pointing at the tomb that you just came out of.
We all see this?
You all see it. And she's holding her throat and pointing at the tomb that you guys just came out of, and she has this horrified look on her face, but she says nothing. It's like she's trying to talk, but she can't. She looks like she's gargling.
Does the father see that too?
He comes out a little bit slower than you guys do because you guys just rush past him, and he's thinking what's going on, and you see him kind of clamoring out, and the minute he comes out, she just fades into thin air. So you guys watch her fade into thin air as if she just became invisible. Your detect undead spell is still there. Still sensing her somewhere in the reaches nearby.
Father, what happened to this lady who...
Yeah, I'm gonna describe her to him if he knows her.
He looks at you and he says, "Whoa, I did used to know a woman who used to come to the parish. She was a devout parishioner and follower of Illmater." And he says she had a tragic story. Her husband had died and she was widowed, and ever since she was widowed, she was unable to speak. She had come for it was 5 years past that I last saw her, but one day she just stopped coming. He's like, that's perhaps sounds like the woman you're describing, though I know not what her name is or where she comes from.
Well, she just looked really freaked out about the crypt just now. Did she have a connection to Pallon the Pirate?
Well, I suppose it's possible. Perhaps one of his descendants, though I know not of any descendants that he could have had. He says, but much of Pallon's life has been lost. We know very little of his life before he came to found this town. He says it is not impossible that spirits of his past follow him around, though he had been dead for many, many years, many decades.
Has anybody ever told you that you sound like Master Splinter?
Yes, that's the best I can do right now.
Can you say my sons?
I made another funny.
Oh man.
Okay.
Artem, there's still the undead presence is still there, though
It's still in the same spot.
All three of you don't see it anymore, but Artem, you still feel it. It's around. It's somewhere in the reaches. You can't pinpoint. It's as if the undead presence, with your divine sense, is kind of moving back and forth around, but not corporealizing or not forming anywhere.
I'll explain that she is still with us, but isn't manifesting in a way we can see.
And then you feel the undead presence move down into the crypt.
Oh, well, off we go again, Scooby-Doo style. Artem just begins heading in.
We follow Artem.
You follow these undead vibes, and you realize that the vibes have now moved inside the sarcophagus.
Oh, Lysander, forgive me. And Artem's just gonna push the lid off.
You just run up and you push the lid off. No body.
Nobody what?
There's no body.
There's no body there. The only thing that's there is an old, worn-out journal with a blue bookmark.
I grabbed the journal before Father.
And Artem, you feel the spirit of the ghost dissipate once you rip the lid off, as if the spirit was guiding you to the sarcophagus to do that. And then Father Osborne comes down. Oh, what is this? Where is the body? Where's Pallon the Pious? What is this? I am confounded.
Can I insight check him? Like, does he really not know that the body's not here? Or like he had no suspicion?
You get the sense that he really didn't know. He's never actually come down into the burial chamber itself.
Okay. Because he had me like convinced until he said, "I am confounded," and I was like, "Wait a second." That's what I say when
He's
I'm not
just not
confounded.
very excitable.
Sure, I hear that.
Father Osborne, how can this be? How can Pallon the Pious, his body not even be in the crypt? And he seems he's not even mad that you opened the lid anymore. He's just so shocked that the body's not even here. He's like, he's like, I couldn't imagine. Nobody has opened this door for 100 years, as you can even tell. What is going on here?
We would certainly like to know the same.
So you guys just pocketed the journal. He didn't see you.
Yeah, Emil is quick like that.
I feel like I didn't see him either.
We
didn't?
should rest on this, and possibly.
Yes. Artem, why don't you say a prayer with the Father, and we'll head out.
If the three of you are able, if you could investigate and tell me what had happened, how it came to be that his body is missing. It appears that your investigation into your dreams are taking you on the same course. I would be much thankful.
Of course, Father.
Yeah, we'll put it on the list.
It seems like whereas he initially was shocked and angry that you took the lid off, once you came down and saw there's no body here, he is now just more upset that there's no body in this crypt for this whole time.
He's been tending all this with yeah. Yeah.
So you guys leave Father Osborne to his shock and confusion finally, and you guys go back to the inn. At this point, it's already kind of after closing time. Most of the tables have their chairs already propped up on top. The place is shut down. There's a table that you guys can sit down at. Oswald just says it's okay for you to hang out in the dining hall if you want to, and he retires to his own chambers. And you guys sit there and you take out this old weathered journal. It just smells of dust and mold, and you crack it open and you realize that it is the handwritten journal of Pallon the Pious. As you open the journal, there is a blue bookmark inside the journal. The first thing you do is open right up to the blue bookmark, and you take out the blue bookmark. It is a very fine and beautiful silk ribbon. Not a bookmark, you realize. And it is bookmarked on the journal entry where Pallon recounts his episode at sea, where a Leviathan sunk a merchant ship. So you learn that at that Pallon had been hunting this merchant ship because there were fine jewelry. There was fine jewelry aboard. He was going to make a big score, and that and what he did was he had kind of thrown out some false rumors to the captain of the ship, misleading the captain that there was going to be a storm coming in a certain area of his route. So the captain, of course, planned a different route. That different route, Pallon actually knew about this horrible sea creature, a child of the spell plague called the Leviathan. He knew that the Leviathan was hanging out in this area. And Pallon recounts his plan was to mislead this merchant ship, the Pearl, mislead the merchant ship right into the domain of the Leviathan. The merchant ship would get destroyed by a Leviathan, and Pallon would dive and take all the jewels. That was his plan. Pallon arrives just as the merchant ship was getting ripped apart by this horrible sea monster. And on the moment that he arrives, he sees a woman on board this merchant ship, a woman that he saw for the first time. It was a beautiful woman with blonde hair, a beautiful blue ribbon on. She was a noblewoman, part of one of the passengers on the ship. She had these beautiful purple fingernails and red lipstick. And Pallon, the minute he saw her, he instantly fell in love with her. his heart just sank at the realization that he had doomed her to her own death by attacking the ship. So at that moment, it appeared that Pallon had realized that what he was doing was harmful, that what he was doing was truly very evil. He had repented he had tried to repent. He tried to go up with the pirate ship and warn the merchant ship that they were going towards the Leviathan. However, when he had sailed up with his pirate ship with his mast, with a skull and crossbones still up on the mast, they thought that they were being attacked by pirates, and they veered even closer to the Leviathan. The two ships followed each other. He followed that other ship for several hours until that ship finally went into a horrible storm. The biggest, one of the biggest storms ever seen in the Sea of Stars. In the middle of the storm, the Leviathan emerged, bit the ship in half, and as the ship began to sink, the Leviathan started eating the passengers, drowning. Pallon, desperate to save this woman, jumped into the sea, swam over to her, but when he got to her, he realized she had already drowned. And he was not able to carry her body back. All he was able to carry back was this blue ribbon. And you realize that this blue ribbon inside the bookmark was that woman's ribbon. And then you continue to flip through the journal to his later entries, and you realize that after that incident, Pallon had a change of heart. He was haunted by this, and he became obsessed with hunting down the Leviathan. It was sort of like Captain Ahab and the white whale. He spent many years, and he was a half-elf. He lived for a long time, over 500 years. But he spent many, many decades hunting this Leviathan, swearing that he would kill the Leviathan, until the second sundering came along, and the Sea of Stars was reconstructed with earth motes back into what the previous before the spell plague. At that time, the Leviathan was killed. The Leviathan was killed and buried underground. And Pallon continued his obsessive crusade until finally he went down and he found the Leviathan. He found the body of the Leviathan, which was dead. And he went in, he excavated the bones of the Leviathan, and that's when he discovered this red stuff. Pallon tried the red stuff, and it appeared that every time he ate the red stuff, he would have dreams of his lost love. And soon he became addicted to the red stuff. He could not stop eating, and the red stuff ended up being the bone marrow of the Leviathan. So he spent the rest of his days addicted to the red stuff. And then you flip a couple of pages beyond more, and you learn that a couple of decades later, Pallon had been able to start the town of Tusk. He was able to kill off all the orcs. And once he started the town of Tusk and became the mayor of the town of Tusk, most of what he did on the surface was very good. He would feed the poor. He would raise money for his town. He started the Church of Illmater. But secretly, he was obsessed about this woman that he had lost at sea. And he was addicted to eating this red bone marrow. He had found a tribe of kobolds that he convinced they could eat this god food that was provided to them by the dragon of Charlemagne themselves. He talked about how stupid the kobolds were to just be able to be tricked that easily, and he got the kobolds to go over to the body of the Leviathan, where they kind of set up a tribe there, and they themselves became addicted to the red stuff. Pallon mentions inside his inside his journal, he says, "I've found several other persons that have these dreams as I do." He says every single one of these persons is connected somehow to those that died on the merchant ship. It appears that the horrible evil magic of the spell plague that spawned the Leviathan will forever connect us. And he continues to say, he says as long as my mission is not complete, I feel that I feel that the nightmare, the imagery, that pain from that day will continue forever. And you guys read his journal all the way into the morning, finding out all this information.
Well, I wonder how we're connected to this then.
Yeah. So he got the kobolds addicted to the red.
That's what
I don't
it
even know
sounds
what.
like.
I don't even know
what he wrote in his journal was that he hunted this Leviathan all the way until he realized that it was already dead and buried underground. And when he found the body of the Leviathan, that's when he dug into the body and tried this red stuff. The red stuff had made him get images of this woman that he had lost. So he just kept eating it until he was addicted. And a tribe of kobolds was nearby, and he realized that he needed more of this red stuff, so he convinced them to go and mine it for him. So that's when he made that agreement with them, where they would send him a small bit, just enough for him to use, so he can continue to have visions of this lost love. And meanwhile, the kobolds started eating, and they themselves became addicted to it. But he mentions that he has found other persons who continue to have these dreams that he does of that shipwreck, that fated day when the Leviathan destroyed the merchant ship. He says every single one of those persons had somehow been related. They were loved ones, family members, people who cared about those who died on that ship. So you guys realize that if you have been having these dreams since childhood, you are related. You are somehow connected to someone who died on that merchant ship.
Okay. I think we should sleep.
Yes, it's getting rather late.
It's already early in the morning.
Oh, well.
You guys sat there kind of poring over this old ancient journal, and then of the last entry in the journal, and this is at this point, Pallon was an old man. He was getting very sickly, and he kept writing about. He's like, I need more and more of the red marrow in order for me to get visions of her. He says he says the less I see her, the less I have a will to live. And he says what I need to do, what I need to do is face the reality that I'm probably not going to live for much longer. He says, therefore, I've commissioned for my own for my body to be hid away once I die. Even though I built the crypt, I will have my body hidden in a place where I can forever be with my love.
So probably at the ship, or where it went down.
Possibly, yes. That would be a very good guess.
Yeah.
But you don't know where the ship went down, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, we do. It went down in the water with my
Yes.
8 intelligence.
The water's a big place. Yes, you know it went down in the Sea of Stars, which is like a area of land as big as Canada.
It would have. It could be dry now, though. Correct?
It's definitely dry now.
Okay. I wonder if that's somewhere in the Leviathan, since he was addicted to the red stuff. It would be very convenient to be there, but I mean, this is just conjecture. But what was his goal here towards the end? I know you said that he wanted to find her, he wanted to get vengeance, but it sounds like it died, so he was never able to get that goal. What was his goal afterwards?
Later on in his life, when he was growing old, it sounds like he needed to eat more and more of the red marrow in order to have visions of her.
Okay.
It just became more and more distant, and he started to realize that he was growing old, his body's growing frail, and he's not going to live for much longer. So he mentions that he had commissioned in secret for his body to be buried where he can be with her for eternity.
Okay. Well, this is good information. I think we're still gonna have these dreams.
Yeah. We should try and find that ship then.
Definitely.
That sounds a lot harder though than what we've gone through so far.
Yeah. So, I don't know I don't think we know anyone who would know where this went down.
We could ask Father Osborne. He seems to be somewhat, knowledgeable about Pallon's life.
Yeah, it feels like he knows the most about Pallon, and he's the only one that doesn't bring up the snacks.
So after a good long rest, you guys wake up. It's already kind of towards the late afternoon. You pretty much slept through the day, and you go back to Father Osborne to ask him about where the ship could have sank. And Father Osborne looks at you and says, "Oh, it was over 100 years ago in the open sea in the Sea of Stars. There's no way to find out where the ship could be now."
Did Pallon keep any records, like navigational records?
Not that I know of. You've seen his crypt. Whatever he kept is kept there. And then he says, "But wait. About 80 or so years ago, I remember there was an antiques commission from the city of Athlica who had come and offered the town a lot of money to remove old artifacts of historical value that were kept here. And I believe it was before my time, but I believe several of Pallon's old artifacts from his days as a mayor and a sailor have been taken to the Antiques Commission in Athlica." And you guys know of Athlica. That's the big city in many weeks journey west.
Oof. Well, do you think maybe we could ask Jeffrey if he has any insight into Pallon? Just give him a chance to redeem himself before we set out on some other crazy adventure.
Jeffrey is a slippery, very slippery guy from when you talked to him earlier. He's still at the inn. He told you that he'll be here with business for the next 3 days.
Any thoughts, Emil, Dewey?
I'm kind of I don't want to say I'm at a loss, but we need a new avenue of approach on this.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of elements, but I'm not really sure how they connect with each other.
We're missing something big.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if we find the ship, that's, like, we're thinking that that's where his body actually is, with his love. What was her name?
Father Osborne did not know her name.
I mean, it wasn't in the journal at all? Like, he didn't say her name?
In fact, Pallon didn't know her name.
Okay. I mean, it's Alina the Sorrowful, right?
Yeah, but yes, of course. You find out her name from the label on the picture, but
yeah.
they didn't know her name.
You know,
Did Father Osborne say that there was a woman who resembled her at some point?
He said that there was a woman here that came to the parish. This was a good 5 years ago or so. And she came in. Her story was that she lost her voice somehow after she was widowed, and she was always very sorrowful. But he hadn't seen her for 5 years. He didn't see her when you guys saw her.
yeah.
Oh, but he has no idea where she went.
No.
So, I mean, we have an idea that his body is actually kept at the ship, and the ship is where the merchant ship crashed, right? But we don't know where any of that happened. It could literally be anywhere, because this whole place used to be an ocean.
There's no like records in the journal of any of his anything that could point us somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, we know where the Leviathan is.
Oh yes, you know where the Leviathan died.
Sorry, I haven't slept in a while.
I wonder if we want to go back there. It's not like the kobolds would know anything, since a generation or so has passed easily through. They all just sound like they grew up in there.
And when we ask the kobolds about dreams, they're all having the same dream because they're eating the Leviathan. I'm sorry. At first it was a joke, but now I actually can't say Leviathan.
Yeah, they eat the bone marrow. They have a very similar dream to the ones you have.
Yeah, but they don't know how to stop it. And they didn't know Pallon when he was a sailor.
Well, they are several generations removed. They live much shorter than humans. So they know of their ancestor that made the deal with Pallon. Riker is a descendant of the ancestors that made a deal with Pallon.
Yeah.
The original kobolds that Pallon got tricked to go mine the bone marrow. Because he didn't want to, he realized that he can get these creatures to do it for him and ship them over for 5 gold.
Oh boy. Well, it might be worth going to him and giving him the biz. Like, we could easily squeeze him now that we know the information about his secret ingredient.
So who would you like to visit and talk to? You got a couple. You have all these options. You can talk to Jeffrey. You can talk to the mayor or the baker. You can go back to the cave to talk to Riker the kobold to get more information.
Let's start with Jeffrey. It should be a short conversation if he's over there at the inn.
So when you guys, when you're back at the inn, you find Jeffrey easily. He's once again back at his table. Just had some lunch. He's got his guards behind him. As you guys approach, he kind of looks at you and smiles. Once again, it's impossible to tell if this guy is a warm, genuine smile or this guy's just being deceitful. And he says, "So, change your minds?"
So, Jeffrey, we are interested in what knowledge you might have, but you're going to have to give us something a little more substantial than "I know something." What do you know something about?
He kind of just like he kind of twirls his finger around a little a chicken bone, kind of thinking about what he wants to tell you, and then he decides and he kind of looks at you. He's like, "Well, you guys have come here looking to investigate these nightmares that you've been having for long time." And he says, "Well, we happen to know of another person who had suffered from nightmares for years and years. You see, this unfortunate soul, she had thought that she was insane, every night having the same nightmare of drowning during a big storm at sea. And she had been in hospital for many years, thought to have gone insane. And eventually, she very unfortunately died of her illness. But in the meantime, it was discovered that this woman actually had a great grandfather who died about 100 years ago in a merchant ship. Very mysterious circumstances. Nobody really knew how. It's like, for they had undergone a journey in a sea of stars in a merchant ship full of jewels, and the description of how of what this woman had seen when she died, the very details of what she had seen on the ship, it was impossible for her to know unless she had been on the ship herself or she was somehow connected to it. And we have demonologists who had researched that. He says, and he's come to a very peculiar conclusion about the connection between past memories of ghosts and substances related to the death spawn of the spell plague.
The death spawn?
Ah, yes. Isn't that what you guys had found the location of? A great sea worm.
Oh,
and he opens his eyes. Yeah, he opens his eyes real wide. He said, yes, it's exactly what I need. He says, why don't I just tell you my offer? Very, very straightforward.
That'd be great.
And he says, what we of the Trade Commission and interested parties of the Trade Commission need to know is the very location of the now fossilized carcass of the Leviathan. For there are interested parties in a substance of question. We wish to take this substance off the market. So, in helping me, you will also be helping the greater good in taking this vile substance off of the market of these tusk cakes. He says, what I can tell you in return may be some information that may help you finally come to terms with the man himself that is causing these nightmares.
How about
or what's left of him?
How about we tell you where the bones are after we cure the nightmares?
Well, when one goes to the store to purchase an item, one does not say, how about I take the item and then I come back later and pay you, does he?
Okay, but you're purchasing the item. We have something that you want.
And you have something that I want. And a comfortable exchange simply means that we give it to each other at the same time.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you tell us this stuff and we'll bring you to the cave ourselves and you deal with the people in there.
Well, if you would take one of my men to the location of the caves, and that man can come back and report this to me, I can tell you what you want to know.
Well, okay, so what I was saying is, you telling us a lead to stopping the nightmares doesn't stop the nightmares. I'm saying if you help us stop the nightmares, then we'll tell you where the cave is, because I don't even think I'm speaking for myself when I say I don't care about the caves, like, at all. Like, I don't.
Well, if you don't care about the caves, then you can just tell me where they are, and I can tell you what I know.
No, I feel like you're not listening.
I am, very much.
Okay. When the nightmares stop, then we can tell you where the caves are. because that is inconsequential to us.
He looks at you, kind of shakes his head. He's like, I'm sorry. I don't know how to stop your nightmares.
Right.
He says, we can find the caves ourselves if you don't want to take the deal.
I look at Emil and Artem, I'm like, that doesn't change my life at all. Like, he's saying that he can't help us. He just wants to know where the caves are because he only cares about money. And that doesn't help us at all.
He told you he can't stop your nightmares. He can tell you where to look, but he can't stop your nightmares. That's what he's offering exchange for the location of the caves.
And where are we looking? What would we be looking at? What like that's what we're asking. Not necessarily where, whatever it is, but what it is.
Well, it appears that the nightmares that all of you and that poor unfortunate patient had were nightmares involving Pallon. If you can find Pallon and you can find whatever magics he had harnessed to create them, then perhaps you can stop them, but I cannot promise you that. I can only promise you the location of Pallon himself.
So you just know where Pallon is?
I do.
Okay.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, that's. Why didn't you say that earlier?
Oh, I did. Perhaps we had a misunderstanding.
I feel like you say probably and perhaps a lot, but I feel like you're not actually ever saying anything.
Well, you're free to reject my offer. There's the door right there.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Let's discuss this amongst ourselves, and we'll give you an answer within the next 2 hours. Sound good?
I'll be here.
Okay. Let's step outside real quick.
All right.
Yeah. I feel like he's just as unhelpful as he was last night.
Okay. Are we outside, John?
You're outside of earshot. You kind of go outside, you see his guards, and then you move in an area where the guards can't possibly hear you.
I think we should, before we do this, let's just see if either the baker and the mayor know the location without us spoiling anything, because we could just say, hey, we know the little secret, and we haven't told them because it's none of our business. It's not what we care about, but we want to know the location. Does that sound good with you guys?
Yeah, we'll just approach them and say, do they know anything about Pallon's
Okay, so
location?
where do you guys want to go first? The baker or the mayor's house?
I just think that the only problem is when we tell them the location of the cave, then they're money-grubbing minds. Like, they don't care about us, actually.
So unless we have somebody that...
Oh, you're pretty certain that they don't care about you. It's just that the question is what information?
So
what's the value?
We don't offer them anything until they're willing to help us, and we actually get what we need. Because based on how everybody talks around here, they're not actually listening to anything. And once they get what they want, then they're not going to help us at all.
That's the idea. We approach the mayor or the baker and basically tell them, we need this information.
Where do you want to go first, the bakery or the mayor's house?
Well, we're talking about it right now.
Yeah, you're directed to where the mayor lives by Oswald, the innkeeper.
Yeah. So do we? Which would you guys prefer to approach first?
I think that the mayor was more receptive than the baker.
I agree.
I'm not. You guys actually didn't speak to the mayor when you first saw him. He was in the inn at the dining hall. He was eating his ridiculously big meal.
We went to his house and knocked on his door.
Yeah, we talked to him directly.
Oh, that's right. You did. Okay, so you guys go over
at us first, of course, but then softened up a little bit.
So you guys go over to the mayor's house. Where is... You knock on a door, and the mayor's servant comes and kind of opens the door for you and leads you inside. And once again, you see Tarek Claiborne. He's the mayor, and he says, "Ah, you're back. You've been causing all this fuss with the Trade Commission."
All right, Claiborne, I'm gonna lay it out plain and clear for you to understand, because apparently you don't. We're not with the Trade Commission. We told Redcliffe that. He doesn't believe us. I don't know if you believe us or not. However, we know where the mine is. We know everything about the red stuff, the Leviathan. We don't care about that stuff. We don't want to go and tell the Trade Commission. In fact, we haven't. Once again, we're going to ask you and the baker for some help here, okay? We just want to know where Pallon the Pious is located, and we'll be out of your hair for good.
So you guys recount the story of what you've been through, where you went to the baker's place, and you caught that shady exchange in the back of the baker's place, and you went all the way over to the mines. You discovered the kobolds in the mines, and you recount what your conversation that you had with Jeffrey. And Tarek Claiborne just looks surprised. He's like, I hadn't known that's what's in a tusk cakes.
You didn't.
He kind of looks at you with his eyes wide open. He's like, I can't believe this. He's like, I'm going to have a word with Mr. Redcliffe himself.
Well,
I thought you knew this.
Escort you.
Let's head over.
He says, this is town business. Please.
No. This is our business. We'll be
says,
heading there, with or without you, I guess.
He says, this is not your business. I need to speak with Mr. Redcliffe directly.
That's fine. However, we're going there, and we told you, and you wouldn't know if it wasn't for us. So, either you stop us from walking there, or you come with us.
He actually looks very angry. He doesn't want you to go with him while he goes to he looks very angry. He doesn't want you to go with him to go to the baker.
I don't know if you guys hear John, but John, you're cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out again.
Let me.
Feel like if something does happen, it'll happen with them together behind our back, if that makes sense.
Well, we should just head over to the baker first and just try and get what we can out of him.
Yeah.
So he does not want you to go with him, although you guys are kind of insisting. He actually tells his hand servant to call the guards.
Oh, well, that'll be interesting if you want to go that way, Mayor. But we're not in violation of anything, so you can't keep us here. We're not hostages.
He says, I'm not keeping you here. I'm just not letting you go with me.
That's fine. If you want to follow us, you can. And I start walking out the door towards the baker.
So you, the three of you run towards the baker?
Yep.
So you guys run towards the bakery, and obviously you get there before he can summon his guards and all of that stuff. You get to the baker, and in this daytime, it's Precious over there. She's the one kind of handling the bakery this morning. And as you come up, she says, "Oh, it's you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Redcliffe made it very particular that I'm not to let you upstairs or speak to him."
Hi, Precious.
I'm very sorry.
It's important, Precious. Please, the red stuff. It has to do with it. We need to let him know.
She says, I can't. I just work here.
That's fine, Precious. Then just stand aside. And I go to run up the stairs. And I scream, Mr. Redcliffe, they're coming.
So you run up past Precious, and you burst into Walter Redcliffe's office.
Yes.
And He's kind of he's sitting there. He says, "Precious, oh, you're gonna get fired for this."
Walter, please, Walter, listen. We come bearing news. It's so important.
He looks at you. He's like this. He's like, "You better make it good."
Yeah, this is so good, Walter. We know about the red stuff. It's the Leviathan.
This is so good. It's so good.
It's what you're feeding everyone. The god food, right, Walter?
And then Redcliffe's like, "Well, he's like to shut it down," and he tells you to be quiet.
Well, Walter, we haven't told the Trade Commission anything, but we did tell the mayor, and he says he doesn't know about this. Is this true?
Oh, you've ruined me. He
We
kind of looks at you with hatred. He looks at you with hatred, and you can see that under his ebony desk, he has a little hand crossbow. He just takes out. You've ruined me.
Walter,
How dare you?
I suggest you put that down, because what I'm about to tell you, you may want to hear.
You can do a persuasion to make him not, because he looks like he's all angry and ready to fire his crossbow at you.
Okay. Persuasion, you say?
Yeah. This is more like a persuasion. You're not saying, "Oh, we'll destroy you," or it's more like a persuasion. Yeah. So give me a persuasion.
It's a
our
plead.
First roll. Yeah.
I'm glad to know that.
So you are able to talk him down, because as you look at Mr. Walter Redcliffe, he doesn't look like he's a warrior or anything. Doesn't look like he's a combatant. He doesn't look like he can even take you if you did try to fight. So you're able to talk him down, and he puts down his crossbow, and he kind of he's looking down at his desk. He's like, "You've ruined me."
Walter, listen. You shouldn't have told the Trade Commission that we were the Trade Commission.
And the other two kind of run up. He says,
"Yeah."
He says, "You came." He's like, "You came in here demanding to know about the ingredients of tusk cakes. Well, who else could you be than a Trade Commission?"
We're not. I haven't even told Jeffrey, and he's at the tavern.
And we've told everybody the truth about everything.
You're the
know
only
exactly
liar.
Who we are.
We're just a little off because of having no real good sleep in days.
I haven't slept in years.
Walter, do you know where Pallon the Pious is buried?
What? Pallon the Pious?
He's not in the crypt. He's not in the crypt. You need to tell us right now.
And then kind of Walter looks at you. It's like, how would I know that?
Well, you're in charge of the company. Some of this history must have been passed down. I mean, you're not just anybody, are you, Walter? Come on.
Oh, well, all right. It's true. It's true. I've been putting the red stuff, the bone marrow of the Leviathan, inside the tusk cakes when I realized how addictive it was. And he kind of just like looks down and kind of looking like he knows that he's done something really truly pretty evil. He says, it's been passed down. He's like, it's the delivery of the red stuff has been passed down. And he goes inside his drawer and he takes out a box of that red stuff and just puts it on a desk. And he's like, well, this, the knowledge of this has been passed down by Pallon the Pious down in my family for generations. He says we're all hooked on this stuff. We can't help it. It brings me such joy and energy. And then, and then when you came in talking about that dream, well, we all have that dream as well.
Yeah.
He says my great grandmother, she lost her husband in that attack on the merchant ship that many years ago, and Pallon the Pious himself had found her. He helped her get back on her feet, gave her a lot of gold, and helped her settle in this town. He says, but as for where Pallon the Pious is buried, if he's not in his crypt, I couldn't tell you where it is.
Well, do you think Riker would know?
And he's like, I've only heard of Riker, the Cobalt captain. Never met him.
Oh God, this is not good. This is not good. They're coming?
Yeah.
They're coming here for you, Walter?
And he's like, he says it's over for me. He's like, the mayor doesn't know what I do, but once he finds out, it's over for me.
Well, you have a brief head start.
You better run. That's all I could say.
It's like, I have nowhere to go.
You could go with the kobolds.
I will not convene with kobolds.
Yeah, but you have an endless supply of the red stuff.
So unfortunately, Walter doesn't know the location of
Of the mine.
He doesn't even know where the mine is. He just knows that he's been having this deal going on through his family for many generations. But the good news is that you guys have saved the realms from the addiction to the red stuff by blowing up the little conspiracy he had going on. And you can see he just looks like he's a defeated man. He's kind of looking at his desk. He's like, do whatever you want. I don't care anymore.
You mind if we take all your gold?
He says, well, if you take all of my gold, it's supposed to be repossessed by the town once I'm put in jail. So go ahead and take it. They'll be coming after you.
That's fine.
You don't know exactly where his gold is. It's just his office.
Where's the gold, Walter?
It's at my house.
Alright, well, we're gonna get there real quick. So I'm gonna put a minor illusion of Jeffrey in the hallway before the mayor comes in, so that way we can get out and he's gonna be standing there seeing Jeffrey. Does that work, John?
Yeah, that'll work until he tries to talk to the illusion and it doesn't do anything.
That's fine. That's fine.
You guys run out and you throw up a minor illusion, but the mayor and his guards, they're a lot slower, so they're not even there yet. And you guys run away, run out of the bakery, right into Walter Redcliffe's, up into Walter Redcliffe's estate. Unfortunately, his door's locked.
Walter with us?
No, he just sits in the desk looking like, he's completely ruined kind of thing.
Well, we would have had him come with us or taken the key. Is that an option, or are we gonna have to bust this door in?
Well, he's not willingly coming with you. You can grab him and force him to come. You're gonna be slower. And
Are you just trying to steal his? You're just trying to steal his money?
I'm trying to. Hold on, listen. We gotta pay off the freaking kobolds. Okay.
I'm sorry, but I can't go along with this plan in its entirety.
I feel like I don't really even understand.
Yeah, that's very not Paladin-like.
Why?
Yeah.
Why are we paying kobolds?
I think what his plan is he's trying to fulfill his end of the bargain and actually give the kobolds Walter's estate.
Yes.
I think that if they wish to have it, they can certainly proclaim ownership of it and let Jeffrey and the trade commission negotiate the finer details. But in the meantime,
haven't done anything for us.
Yes. In the meantime, I'm running back to the tavern. I'm gonna get this information to solve these nightmares.
Well, who are you gonna get the information from?
The only person who seems to know.
Oh, you're gonna talk to Jeffrey again.
Yes, now that we've created complete and utter madness, before word gets to him, I'm going to try to negotiate.
You guys have done real good for the realms by ending this tusk cake. This tusk cake poisoning.
That's
Even
really
though...
great,
yeah.
But there's one problem that we want to solve.
Yeah, you're working on it. So you run back to the inn, and Jeffrey's still there, as if nothing has happened. And he's like, "Whoa, what's wrong with you? You look like winded."
Yeah, we've been running.
Yes, we're ready to negotiate.
Excellent, he says, and once again he gives you that warm smile, and he says, Why don't we do this, like gentlemen?" And he takes out a sheet of paper, and he starts writing something on a sheet of paper, and he folds the sheet of paper, and he says, "I trust you, and you trust me, and if we both fulfill our ends of the bargain, then it's a good exchange. No need for violence, no need for conflict." And he says, "In this piece of paper, I have written the location of the final resting place of Pallon the Pious, and you, on that piece of paper, will write the location of the caves harboring the body of the Leviathan. and we will exchange these pieces of paper and go about our merry ways. But obviously, if there's some deception involved in lying on either your part or mine, we will have to find one another for recompense.
How about before we leave the room, we both read the notes?
Very well. If that's how you wish to do it, I'm happy with that.
Hey, out of game right now. Out of game right now.
Yeah.
Do you guys really trust Walter? Not Walter, sorry, Jeffrey? Because
It's hard to trust anybody in this town.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is because we just so apparently we saved everyone from being addicted to this substance, right? And I do want to find this I guess this the burial site as much as you two do. I really do. But we know that they wanted to recreate this ingredient, and according to that note that you shared with us, so who's to say they're not going to just take over the mine?
You have no idea what they're going to do once they find out the mine. And the thing is, when you see him, I actually, who has the highest perception check? Roll it to see if you can catch it when he's writing his little note. I'll let a roll from whoever has the highest perception. That's how I do it with these kinds of checks.
I have a +5.
Then you.
You notice while he is writing that he has a ring on his pinky finger. On top of the ring there's an emblem well recognized throughout the realms. It's the emblem of the Zentarum.
Oh.
So the Zentarum, if in case you don't know, it's they are like a shady group of kind of they do shady business dealings and merchants associated with criminals. They're not overtly evil, but people who work for them generally rogues.
Yeah, they're black network.
Black market kinds of people. So you see you just out of the corner of your eye barely are able to catch that Zentarum mark on his, even though he hasn't said anything about Zentarum in your conversation. So he finishes writing his writing. He actually spends a long time writing, but it seems like he's written a whole paragraph, and he folds a piece of paper and just puts it on the table, waiting for you to do the same.
Well, Dewey, speak up now or forever hold your peace.
About whether or not I trust him?
About the ring.
I was just going to attempt to call his bluff anyway. He said he was interested in, shutting down the mine, and I think we have accomplished that goal.
He didn't say what his actual interest was in that substance, but he does want to shut down the production of tusk cakes. But he didn't say why he wants to know the location of the mine. Obviously, it's probably for nefarious purposes. You're not sure. Yeah. But judging from him being from the Zentarum,
I feel like we already knew that he was part of a shady group.
Yes,
well, we knew he was from the Trade Commission, not necessarily a group that more or less aligns with the evil alignment.
Yeah. The Zentarum, they're not overtly evil, but they are known to do some shady dealings.
Yeah, but we knew that he did shady stuff by looking at him. Yep. So, I don't think that really changes anything.
Yeah, just by your interaction with him, you figure he's a shady kind of guy.
Look, I don't know about you guys, but if you would have a problem paying off kobolds, your character should have a problem with giving out this information to the...
Yeah. If with that knowledge, unfortunately, I can't proceed with the dealings, knowing that there's a potential for...
It was Dewey. It was only Dewey who saw his ring. Did Dewey mention this to you while you were writing?
Did you point it out, Dewey?
No, I feel like, and this is probably just because Gideon doesn't know the significance of a Zentarum.
Okay.
But, we already knew that he was a shady guy working with shady people. So, I feel like that doesn't really change anything.
So, if Dewey doesn't point it out, then you don't actually know about the fact that he's a Zentarum.
And my conscience is cleared.
Can I roll for a perception with disadvantage?
With these kinds of skills, I do that one to avoid
Okay.
skill check spamming. I just do the
Yeah.
one roll, the
Yeah.
highest roll.
Okay. I don't. Well, I said before the whole Zentarum thing, I don't think this guy's trustworthy. Shady or not, I think, regardless of the knowledge, I still think that the guy, according to that letter, he was talking about refabricating the ingredient in some way or another, or finding it themselves, and essentially purchasing this business from the baker, from Redcliffe. So
Yes, that was his original letter that you guys kind of found.
So
Is
that
that
would
he-
still that knowledge would still be there, present to Artem and me though, and Dewey.
Yeah.
So
Well, if you're opposed to sharing information, I won't go forward with it. This has to be some sort of at least partial.
Well, the question is,
consensus.
what do you write on the piece of paper? Because he expects you to write the location of the Marrow Mines, so you can write somewhere else and throw him off.
Artem would
Yes,
not
yes.
write anything. If someone else wishes to play that role, I can
I'll
certainly
write-
not
I'll write on it.
stop you.
So what do you write on there? Like, do you write like try to write a different location?
Yeah, sure.
So-
But
so-
it's gonna be in an abyssal. So I'm gonna write it out in abyssal just to
Okay,
really.
so but what does it say when you write it out in Abyssal? Like a different location, or what does it say?
I'm gonna say that it's in. Actually, I'm gonna say it's in the crypt. There's nothing in there. It's not a tomb. It never was a tomb. It's just technically a building. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Artem, but I don't think it really would be consecrated since nothing's in there.
So you're saying the location of the Leviathan is inside the crypt?
Yeah, the entrance is in the crypt.
Okay, so you guys exchange papers, and you're allowed to, obviously, since you asked him, you guys read each other's piece of paper in front of each other. And as you read his part, and his part mentions that, many decades ago, the Antiques Commission of Atlica had come to commission historical antiques from the town of Tusks. In compensation, they paid Tusk a lot of money. And one of these historical antiques commissioned from the town of Tusk was a sailor's compass. So it was discovered later on, once it was moved to Atlica, behind the sailor's compass. Inside the sailor's compass, if you were to unscrew the metal hinges and take it apart, there was a rolled up treasure map, like a pirate-style treasure map that pointed to a place in the Sea of Stars. However, that place no longer exists, and now that exact location on land is by sea. It would be a couple of fathoms off from where you are right now. By land, it's about a day's travel into the forest. So it does mark some sort of location. And when you give him the scroll with abyssal on it, he looks at it. He kind of squints at you. He's like, "Are you going to write this in common?"
Yeah, why didn't you write it in common?
I'm sorry, I'm illiterate in common.
He kind of just looks at you. He's like, "Well, perhaps you can tell one of your compatriots, and they can write it."
Artem?
I unfortunately cannot participate in the exchange of information due to my oaths as a paladin. My apologies, sir.
Okay, I can do it. It's kind of weird. Why did you write it down if you can't write in common?
Well,
So-
all right, let me ask you a question here, John. How many of them are in here right now?
He's got 3 guards with him in here. Oswald is in here. There's 2 guards outside.
All right, I want to give Artem the look.
I'm like, I'm
just
sitting down to write down the location.
shrug and you know,
I'm gonna give
whatever it may be.
I'm gonna give the barkeep the look.
Oh wait, are we in? We're in the tavern? I thought that
Yeah,
we
we're
were
in
like
the
in a
tavern,
room
no.
somewhere. Okay.
No, we're in the tavern. Yeah.
You give Oswald the look, and Oswald comes over here trying to not have a fight in his tavern. It's like, hey, is there a problem going on? And Jeffrey kind of just smiles at him and says, no, Oswald, we're doing fine.
John, I cast darkness and I grab Dewey and Artem and I run out the back.
Big brain play.
And I do have what is it? Devil's Sight, so I can see in darkness. So, yeah.
Okay, you cast darkness. You're causing a big commotion inside the tavern. You go ahead and you grab Artem and Dewey. You run out the back door, and you can hear a whole bunch of commotion. And you hear Jeffrey giving orders to his guards to come to attack you. However, because of there's so much commotion inside the in itself, they're not able to figure out where you are just yet. So you guys have some time to run off.
Oswald starts swinging.
Just as we're running, what's
You guys have no choice. You guys really don't have any choice but to run off unless you want to stay there and wait for the guards to come out and fight them.
After the chaos that has occurred in this town, I think we are ready and
Time to get out of this town.
The mayor has it out with the baker. We just caused the whole sort of scuffle inside the tavern. It might be best that we lay low for a little while.
So you guys run all the way outside the town to get out of this mess. You are outside the town. It doesn't appear that Jeffrey's guards have been able to locate you just yet. So you guys can think about what you want to do.
Guys, why are we running?
Because you cast a hostile spell in the middle of the tavern.
So this is Dewey asking Emil.
Yeah.
What's the game plan here, friend?
Well, you see, I don't trust them, and I think they want to get this ingredient, and I think they want to pollute the continent with this, and...
Yeah, the Zentarum guy? Yeah, he's probably trying to hurt...
What? You said the Zentarum?
Yeah, you didn't see his ring?
No, I didn't see his ring.
No.
Oh, God, I'm glad we didn't give that information then.
I thought you guys knew.
Why were you going to give them the info? Jeez,
because
really?
I haven't slept in years, Emil.
All right, well, let's go locate this. Let's go locate this body and then take care of this.
Wait, but now the Zentarum are after us.
Well, do you want to deal with them now or after?
Well, it's probably. When you say deal with them, do you mean like?
Unfortunately, there's no real negotiations at this point with this.
That's
if
what
it were Zentarum,
there may be negotiations with Zentarum, but they typically are not in your favor when they do occur.
My problem is they know where we're going.
So then let's set up an ambush. Let's set up an ambush. We'll go down a mile or two, take a short rest, set up an ambush. Okay.
Yeah, so they know where we're going, but like more importantly, I don't think God, what was his name? Who we were just talking to?
Jeffrey.
I don't think Jeffrey is going to be coming himself. Like he's the real problem. Everybody else is just a mercenary.
That's right.
Like they don't even sleep inside.
That's true. So should we just go back in?
I guess so. Like, it feels like you guys really want to beat him up, and I understand that. I don't him either.
Anyway, I think if you'll get some sleep if you do this. I really think so.
I'm not personally a fan of violence that's unnecessary, but if I feel as though I need to stick by you, gentlemen. So if we're headed back, I'll give him a chance to at least,
I don't like violence
pursue
either.
Us.
But 100% that Zentarum guy is going to attack us. So it's better to take care of it now than have them slit our throats later.
Okay.
Or we could have just given him the location. Whatever.
No!
Okay.
Knowing that they are Zentarum, I definitely would not feel comfortable with them knowing any more than they already do.
John, how long would you say went by while we're discussing this and we're heading back?
Just a few moments.
Like a minute, 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so the darkness spell would still be up, is what I'm getting at. They should still be in the tavern, tripping, falling around.
Well, how you guys are going back to the tavern?
Yeah.
So as you head back to the tavern, Jeffrey and his men are right there outside the tavern. They're armed. They appear to be looking for you.
How far away would you say they are?
You guys are like up on top of a hill. So you guys are just far enough where they don't see you immediately. But if you were to stand there for a while, they'll see you and they'll come.
I'm talking about feet, would you say?
I don't know, like 500, 600 feet.
Oh fuck. Okay.
As far as you can see, but if you were to go any closer, they'll spot you.
So Jeffrey is also. This is Gideon. Jeffrey is the target. Like, the mercenaries are not, like, they'll just keep fighting us, it's whatever, but, like, Jeffrey's the only real danger here.
Yeah.
If he's 600 feet away, even if we beat his guards, that's not going to help us.
So what do you suggest? How should we do this?
Well, Gideon is saying we got to kill Jeffrey. Dewey is like, just give him the location. Like, I don't...
Wait, who is Gideon?
Gideon is me. Hi.
It's him, the player.
Okay.
Yeah, he means out of character. He wants to kill Jeffrey, but his character's not saying that. That's what he means.
No, I know. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, Dewey wouldn't feel that way?
Dewey doesn't care. He just wants the nightmares to end.
Artem, what do you think we should do? I think Gideon was right, regardless of Dewey's personal opinion. I want the nightmares to end too, but they obviously will be coming for us. And it ends. Yeah. It ends with Jeffrey.
Oh God! It ends with Jeffrey.
Possibly as a god.
So one of you turns around,
and his guards are at the bakery right now, so they can't help us.
So you guys are on top of the hill, and one of you turns around, and you see that woman again. She's sitting there, grasping her throat, choking, reaching out to you.
God, you're not done yet?
No, the ghost is back, and she's just sitting there.
Is she drowning?
She doesn't look like she's drowning because there's no water, but she's grasping her throat.
She's never been able to speak.
Yeah, she's just mute. She's not drowning.
Maybe she can point us at something?
Yeah, I say to her, yeah. What do you want us to do?
She keeps shaking her head and grasping her throat with both her hands.
I think she's telling us to shut up.
Maybe she was choked? I don't know.
Ghosts are so weird.
Do you want us to choke someone?
She just keeps shaking her head like a no.
You want us to choke Jeffrey?
Point us in a direction that we might follow.
She wants us to choke Jeffrey.
She points at your backpack.
I pull out the book.
You pull out the book.
The silk ribbon.
Yes. Finally, you take out the silk ribbon. And she puts her hand out.
I give her the ribbon.
When you give her the ribbon, she takes it, and all of a sudden, she becomes a slightly more corporeal. She's still kind of phasing in and out of existence. She puts the ribbon around her hair and ties it, and then she starts coughing violently, and a huge glob of seawater just clears out of her throat. Oh, yeah. I can finally speak again, she says.
I've been there before.
And she looks at you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, are you going on?
He says, I called you here to save both our souls. But I could not speak. The curse, the horror in which I died, has kept me drowning for eternity until you have returned my ribbon to me.
Who cursed you?
It was the actions of Pallon. He knew not what he did, but he drew upon the darkness of foul spell plague magic when he cursed us both to an eternity of suffering. And that is why I called you here today, because it was only you who could hear me.
What can we do to help?
He says, put Pallon's soul to rest, and that will put my soul to rest.
Will that stop our nightmares?
What was that?
Will that stop our nightmares?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. I try and hug her.
But obviously she's not corporeal, so your arms go right through her.
That's fine. Okay. Alright.
She says, you see, it was Pallon's misguided obsession with me throughout the ages. It was that has caused this in the first place. It was he who was so obsessed by a fantasy of a woman he never even knew. His devotion, mixed with the evil of the spell plague, created a ripple, like a ripple in a pond, that went beyond just the poor souls that had suffered the catastrophe of their death by water, but it went beyond to all people who cared about their souls, to the family, friends. It went to hundreds of people who suffer the nightmare that you do. Your will to come here, it was, I'm afraid, my doing. It was I who intensified your nightmares, drew you here.
So you're the reason we have these nightmares to begin with.
It is not I who causes these nightmares, but it is I who drew you here.
Alright, well, I can't really be mad at you for that.
I mean,
When you walked into those shops and looked upon the items for sale, it was I who drew you to the image of the ship, who showed you the meaning of that ship. You otherwise would have just passed it by.
okay.
Your nightmares are caused by an unholy curse, the dark magic of chaos within the spell plague. That and one man's crazed obsession that he never let go even in death. It is his obsession that binds the ripple of dark magic. It is that which will cause these nightmares and one day drive you insane. You must stop him. You must put his soul at rest.
Okay, do you know where his soul is? Does it match with this? And I just say where the paper was directing us.
His soul is buried much close to... His body is buried much close to where mine is. In the site of where the ship had been destroyed. He says, yes, that is it. And she, her finger goes right through that X. Not the X, her finger goes right through that piece of paper you read to her.
Okay, great. So guys, Jeffrey was telling the truth. Are we still gonna go,
Well, that's up to you. Jeffrey was telling the truth, but he doesn't. Right now, you guys did not tell him the location of the Marrow Mines.
Yeah,
You
this
don't
is
know
me in
what-
character asking everybody else.
Yeah, he doesn't know what you don't know what he intends to do with it, but probably something nefarious because there's very powerful magic involved in that bone marrow.
Guys, I think we should stop Jeffrey.
Yes. Under normal circumstances, I would have suggested we continue on our way. However, seeing as how he is the one who gave us the information, I'm not a fan of having to deal with him later.
Yeah, my problem is, I mean, not getting nightmares is going to be great. Can't wait to close my eyes and not be scared. But I also don't want to be hunted forever by the Zentarum, so we should take care of that now.
All right. I need to take a short rest.
Didn't we just wake up from a long rest?
I only have one spell slot.
Well, a short rest is going to cost you an hour, and in an
Yeah.
hour, you don't know what's going to be happening. They're coming after you, so they're probably going to find you by the if you're waiting an hour. If you want to go take them out, you got to do it now.
Also, we just need to beat Jeffrey, not the mercenaries, really.
Yeah, but they'll probably still fight regardless.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting us, but, like, if Jeffrey's out, then we can leave. Like, we can try to run away if we have to. But, like, the mercenaries didn't even get rooms. Like, they were sleeping outside. Like, I don't think that they're loyal to him.
I think they're loyal to Coin, and I don't know how much money you guys have, but
You probably don't have enough to pay off these
I
mercenaries.
don't have enough to hire mercenaries.
Yeah, you don't have enough to pay off these mercenaries, you don't think, because Zentarim's pretty rich.
Okay, well,
So these mercenaries are they're probably
the rest of them keep
seasoned
trying to
fighters.
fight us, then that's up to them, I guess.
all right. I think we should set up an ambush, though. Do this smart. You know?
I don't know anything about ambushing people.
All right, how do you want to take care of? How do you want to go about this then?
I don't know what you guys have, but we should probably go on somewhere off of a path, and basically have it set off with, you know, something like maybe a log in the road, you know, to block the horses.
So I think we should fight Jeffrey here. Like, we need to go to him, because I don't think he's going to be chasing us. I think he would just send his goons.
All right. I mean, so I thought the idea would be to do it outside of town, so we don't hurt innocent people. You know.
I don't have a way to hurt anybody innocent. All of my stuff is pretty direct.
So Jeffrey right now is kind of scoping out the outside of the inn with his 5 guards that you can see.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if we go into the 5 guards now. Okay. If we go into the forest now and, like, set up an ambush, we might be ambushing the mercenaries, and Jeffrey could be going off to another city to handle or, like, pass off the information.
Okay, so let's go back. I mean, John, how close can we get before we have to start rolling stealth or something like that?
You're as close as you can get at this point, because it's just it's an open valley into the town. You know, they're watching.
Like standing in an open field, they just haven't looked over here.
Yeah, you guys are just on top of a hill. You kind of duck under the hill when one of them looks over, but they're kind of far away, and you gotta kind of walk. You know, as you walk towards them, they're gonna be able. You know, eventually they'll be able to see you.
So
You can hide behind buildings here and there to get a little bit closer, but eventually they'll be able to see you.
all right, let's do it. If you guys want to move up.
All right,
Somebody
so
yell at
more
Jeffrey.
more like a direct kind of attack.
I mean, I thought we should do something a little more tactical.
I have an idea as far as a tactical plan. I will approach them directly and get their attention, and Emil and Dewey, you try and take Joffrey while I, keep the attention of his guards.
Yeah, and
All right.
if you just want to frontline, I can back you up with the same spell that I used in the cave.
I would certainly not say no to any additional assistance.
All right, so that's our plan. So, Artem, you run ahead, and of course, obviously, once you get close enough, immediately you're spotted, and Jeffrey points to you, and his 5 guards rush towards you.
The other two, you're kind of like hiding behind a building and stuff.
Like turn to Emil. Wow, you really ran off before I cast the spell.
No. You obviously, but you cast the spell on him first, and you're holding concentration on the spell. So let's roll initiative.
I have a bunch of pictures covering.
Oh, I just wasted a 20.
That's never a waste.
Well, if I do several ones.
Yeah, prior to, well, I think I rolled a pretty good initiative, so...
Okay, Emil, you are... Where are you? You're directly behind Artem, who's taking the front line?
I mean, I guess so, yeah. I'll give you Artem covering, and we'll move up that way. Where are you, Dewey, in relation to this?
Dewey's, you said you're sneaking around one of the buildings to try to get to Jeffrey?
Yeah, sure. I don't have to be with you guys. Honestly, I don't even need to be close to Jeffrey. Like, within 120 feet is close enough to blast him.
It's a range.
All right.
This is a time for Eldritch Spear for sure.
Yeah, I don't have that. I'm too low of a level.
It's just funny, that's all.
I know. Alright.
Emil, you get to go first. There's 5 guards. One of the guards looks kind of beefy. It's labeled Guard Mighty.
He looks what?
Kind of beefy. He looks like a big guy.
Alright. How far is Guard 3, I guess, away from me?
They're all within range.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Ooh.
Instead it was a 1. I told you.
Oh.
Alright, let's see. Do you need anything on, like, saving throws, you said?
No.
No, not you. Dewey. Do you need anything that you're going to do that they have to do a saving throw on?
No, not really.
No. Okay. Well, I know you did something the other night, and that's why I was going to ask. I can kind of fuck with their saving throws as a bonus action. But
yeah, if you want to like lower their wisdom saves, that'll always be nice. But like, I'm not leaving it up to them saving for my attacks.
Okay, I mean, well, I need to know. I only have 1 spell slot left, so I could cast Hex on one of them.
Okay, guard number...
Save it.
Hex doesn't affect saving throws, actually. It's only ability checks.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
So guard number 2, he runs up to you, Artem, and he rolls his wisdom save. He does a 15 on the wisdom save. I believe is that a successful save?
Yeah, that saves.
So he is able to attack Artem. Swings his... he pokes you with his spear. Two points of damage, not too bad. Guard number 1 also closes within melee range. Does a save. Does 13 succeed on your save?
13 is the DC.
Okay, so he succeeds on the save. He's also able to attack Artem. Ooh, that's gonna hit as well. 4 points of damage. Dewey, it's your turn. You are within range of Jeffrey as you sneak around. Jeffrey does not see you, so if you do an attack during this round, you get advantage.
That sounds really good. What is he doing? Like, he's just watching the fight? Does he look like he's about to join the fight, or...?
He has his scimitar out. He looks like he's pretty well seasoned fighter. But right now, he's just commanding his guards to attack Artem.
Okay. I'm going to cast a level 2 magic missile at him.
Okay.
So that's 4 hits, I think.
That's 4, yes. No, yeah, the first level 1 is 3, so level 2 is 4.
Okay.
You throw out your undodgeable magic missiles. Whack. Whack.
And roll higher, Dewey. Dewey,
Whack.
roll higher.
A solid 2.
Oh my goodness! Oh man, that is some bad luck.
8 points of damage, but that's 4 hits, and that's my second level spell.
Oh my goodness. You rolled 4 ones in a row. Holy.
I called it.
That shouldn't be statistically possible.
Jeffrey turns around to see who has pelted him with magic missiles.
I'm just standing there, like I look dumb as hell. I'm not a fighter. I'm just like, that was supposed to kill you.
You're far away enough where he this turn he has to do a double move. He dashes to get to you. He unsheaths his scimitar, ready to cut your head off with this cruelty in his eyes. Big mighty guard now comes up to Artem, rolls his wisdom save. Oh, that's gonna. He's 17. He's gonna hit.
Artem died young and with honor.
What?
But he nat ones his attack roll, so he misses.
Oh,
Guard number 4, finally. All 5 guards on Artem. Does a wisdom
Lathander
saving
bless
throw.
me.
Oh, 16 is gonna go through, and he's going to try to attack you. Nope, he misses. Emil, it's your turn again.
All right.
Do I get to cast the spell at any point?
What do you
On
mean?
your turn, you do.
Oh,
Did you take a turn?
no.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Why
we
didn't you
started
take?
with Artem.
No, we started with Emil.
Yeah, you
Oh.
did. start.
Casting something.
I don't know why you didn't get a turn. Please take your turn now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to prevent. Let's see. Where's? Oh, I gotta scroll down. Rather, I should say, prevent more damage coming in. Where is it? Cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay. And I'll let you go again during this round because I don't know why it skipped you. But Emil, it's your turn.
Oh, well, Shield of Faith is a bonus action.
Oh, you still have another.
Yeah, I just want to, I don't know, swing at one of these guys.
Do the mighty one. He seems tough.
Okay, yeah, we'll focus him.
That is a critical hit. Lathander is smiling on you today.
Yeah, that was a bad damage though. But well.
All right, now we go back to Emil.
Okay. Well, can you explain to me how they're standing in front of Artem, or what I'm looking at?
They have Artem surrounded.
Do it, Emil.
Like,
Blow him up.
What? I was gonna put Arms of Hadar. Is that what you mean, do it?
If you throw out Arms of Hadar, it's going to. Unfortunately, there's no way you can do it without.
That's why I'm saying. Is that what you want me to do that, or I mean, I could do darkness again.
We thought that you were gonna breathe on him.
You can put. How about this? You can put Arms of Hadar on the edge of Artem. I'll give you 3 guards. You guys are underpowered party. I'll give you 3 guards. You can get 3 guards without getting Artem.
Sure, I'll do that.
Let's say guard 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. So I guess I will. Is that a targeted? Do I have to do that?
You target the 3 of them, and I believe you roll their saves.
Guard 1, 2, and 3, and cast. Let's see.
You mean Hunger for Hadar? Is it Hunger for Hadar or Arms of Hadar?
Arms of Hadar.
I don't remember exactly how Arms of Hadar works. I believe it's 2 of them failed your save.
So basically, each creature in that area must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, a target takes 2d6 necrotic and cannot take reactions until its next turn. On a successful, it's half damage, but no other effect.
Okay, in that case, you can just go ahead and roll the damage for all of them.
Okay, it is so right now, since it is So second level, that's 3d6. Because
Yeah, just go ahead and click the damage button, and
I
that
did.
should automatically roll success and failures for Arms of Hadar.
I thought we have the success and failures in the guard 3, 1, and 2.
Yes, we have successes now. I need you to roll the damage
Oh,
because
yes.
you see there's a damage button.
Yep.
There you go. It'll automatically do the right amount of damage.
Oh,
I
nice.
believe. Oh, unfortunately, I don't think you outright killed one of them.
2.
Not two of them.
Two of them. Yeah, you outright killed two of them. The third one has taken half damage. Looks badly injured with your spell.
All right.
Nice. And you
All
close
these
the gap in
these
initiative.
tentacles come out of the ground and just grab and choke them and strangle them.
Artem,
Artem.
you're up, brother.
I'm gonna yell, stand down. We just want Jeffrey, and see if any of them will, disperse.
You yell that, but it does not appear they're going to leave.
Ah, well, they had their chance.
Yeah, you tried.
Well, if you won't take Lathander's mercy, you'll
Why
take
does-
his.
Why does Jeffrey have?
wind.
Why does Jeffrey have 8 temporary hit points? He doesn't. I'm just erasing that. Okay. It should be 0 temporary hit points. Unfortunately, you miss, Artem. That attack is no good. Anything else on your turn? Bonus action?
No, that's sufficient.
Okay, guard number 1 is still coming after you, Artem. He's continues to swing his spear at you. He's going to roll wisdom. He succeeds on his wisdom. They're rolling flat wisdoms. They're succeeding every
It's
time.
all right.
Yeah.
They gotta hit my 21 AC now.
Nope. Not going to hit that AC. All right, Dewey, it's your turn. You got Jeffrey breathing down your neck with his scimitar. He looks like he's a more seasoned fighter than even his mercenaries.
Great.
But
So he was-
made.
He was 120 feet away and he dashed to me. How,
Well, he
how
dashed-
far away is he now?
He dashed as much as he could.
How far away is he now?
With a dash, it's 60 feet.
Okay. So Dewey's running away. But he's gonna cast another magic missile while he's running away.
Okay.
It's level 1 this time. But this time he's gonna roll higher, so don't worry.
Good job, Dewey.
Not bad, not bad. Not bad. You pelt him again with a whole bunch of magic missiles. But Jeffrey looks like he can take a beating. So
Nice.
he's going to continue to chase you down with another 60 feet. He closes it in. So now he's 30 feet away from you. Next turn, he might be able to attack.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, if you can. He doesn't have any ranged over here, so he's not going to do any ranged attack. The mighty guard is going to try to attack you. Rolls his wisdom save. 11. He fails, so he can't attack. He just tries to attack, but raises his arm and unable to swing because of your sanctuary. Guard number 4 is going to roll a wisdom to see if he can attack. He natted
Wow.
crit
Oh.
that wisdom save, so he is going to be able to attack. He swings his sword at you, his spear. That's a 17.
Guys, buffing Artem is a good strategy.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
It's an excellent strategy. Artem, you preserve your concentration on your shield of faith.
Did you roll damage on him?
He missed on me.
I rolled damage. She did 3 points of damage.
But I thought the spear attack missed though.
Oh, did the spear attack miss?
No. He rolled a 20. Oh, actually,
No,
Yeah, and then
you're,
it says
you're
miss.
18.
21.
Capital letters, it says miss.
Yes, it does say miss.
Then why did... I'm seeing why you rolled a... Oh, I see. Oh, your armor class is 21.
Yes.
Yeah, because of the
Okay.
+2.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anyway. We're going to redo this. There we go. Emil's turn.
Can I get on the side of them so I could put my cone breath weapon on just those two?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna finally breathe fire on the two guards. Let's hope this works.
We've all been waiting for this.
We have 2 failures.
Nice.
Yes. All right, and here, let's go. Not bad. Not bad.
We have 1 outright kill and a second one badly burnt and wounded.
The mighty one's down.
Artem, it's your turn.
All right. Yes. Once again, let us see. Ooh.
That's gonna hit. That will kill that guard.
We're doing it.
I'm sorry, Dewey.
Dewey,
As soon as we can.
it's your turn, Dewey. You are 30 feet from Jeffrey, from the running you guys have done.
Run over here, Dewey.
I'm gonna keep and we're like in the town.
Yeah, you're in the town.
I mean, I'm gonna run another 30 feet, and then I'm gonna use my bonus action to Misty Step on top of a roof. It looks like he's running, and he like trips and falls and turns into mist, like a watery sea foam, and then he reappears on the top of this building, and he looks horrified. He's gonna cast Magic Missile again.
You can't Misty Step and Magic Missile at the same turn. You can Misty Step and cast like a cantrip.
Why can't you Misty Step?
You can, because Misty Step is a slotted spell. So if you do a Misty Step and a spell at the same turn, it has the spell has to be a cantrip.
Oh, I have Misty Step for a. How did I get that? That was like a racial thing or an inheritor thing. Hang on, I have to remember how I have Misty Step. But you're right. It totally is. I was thinking that it wasn't a spell that I was casting.
Just cast a cantrip instead, and we can always go over the rules later.
Okay.
We can yeah. You can still do it. You can still do an attack. It's gotta be cantrip.
Yeah. How about instead of Misty Stepping, because I don't actually even see how I have Misty Step.
Yeah, I don't know either. So
like it's not a spell that I was picking from a cleric thing. It's a. How do I have this?
I don't know.
I wish I got the source from it. Okay, it doesn't matter. Instead of Misty Stepping, I'll run the 30 feet, and I'll cast Magic Missile instead of casting Misty Step.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, Joffrey's wounded again. Okay.
Hey.
Die, Jeffrey. Jeffrey?
I believe this turn Jeffrey finally makes it up to you.
You're the worst, Jeffrey.
So Jeffrey, if he takes 60 feet of movement, he finally gets within range of you. And the last guard is going to swing.
Oh, does he not get an attack? He just makes it.
He had a dash.
Yeah, because you were 30 feet away from beginning the turn, and then you moved 30 feet away, so he runs 60 feet.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And he gets within range of you. And let's do save for the guard. He rolled a nat 20. He attacks Artem with his spear. Ooh, that 22.
It did it.
Oh, that's gonna break through. Okay, 5 points of damage plus your concentration drops. But that's okay. He's not gonna survive this turn. Probably.
They needed a 19 or a natural 20 to hit you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How I could target Joffrey from here? Jeffrey? Is he about 120 feet away?
No, they're like on the other side of town. They were running after each other.
Yes, of course. I was running away from you guys.
Dude,
Oh.
he's on his own for this one.
What the hell? Alright.
I mean, I didn't say that, but I do think it's funny that he would run away from you.
They're like 2 dashes away. Well, you hit him with a magic missile. That pissed him off, so he came chasing after you.
Alright, I kill guard 4 and I want to catch up to Dewey.
Okay,
He
you
was
run 30.
screaming.
You run 30 feet towards Dewey. And Artem, all the guards around you are dead.
Well, I don't know that I can catch up with them. I'll have faith that they'll be able to handle Jeffrey, and what I'm going to do is just lay on hands and give each guard a little bit of healing so they don't bleed out in the street.
You're going to keep the guards alive?
Yeah, just enough to where they're unconscious, but like, you know, they're no longer a threat.
Okay.
They'll show mercy. I think there were 5 guards, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Dewey, you are neck and neck with Joffrey.
Oh, great. Just where I want to be. So I'm running out of ideas here. What I'm gonna do is he's in melee with me. He's like much taller than me at this point, and he's much more angry. I'm going to, as my bonus action, I'm gonna cast with my 2nd level spell, spiritual weapon.
Okay.
And it's just a big, ghostly looking anchor of a ship that appears next to us.
Okay.
And it's gonna make an attack against him.
All right. You have the attack stuff in your actions.
Yeah.
You should.
Gotcha.
Because spiritual weapon doesn't have hit points or AC or anything, so
Nope.
it's just
Me
there.
here. Okay, 15 hits. And please die,
Ooh,
Jeffrey.
that is a big hit on Joffrey. He looks horribly damaged at this point. You've pelted him with like a whole bunch of magic missiles. He's been whacked by this spiritual anchor. He's bleeding from the back of his head. He barely had clinging to life, but he's ready to hit you with his scimitar.
Okay. Okay. I am going to. Oh, actually, for my action, because spiritual weapon is a bonus action.
Yeah. You have an action. You can still attack him. With
I can cast a spell on him, like a cantrip.
You can cast a cantrip on him, or you can physically attack him.
I can't physically attack him. I got weak little arms. Yeah, I'm gonna make him do save. I'm gonna pull the dead.
Oh, he rolls a 14 against
Yeah, he
your
succeeds.
dead. Unfortunately.
Yeah, Dewey flinches. Like he's just like closing his eyes and like holding up his shoulders. That's my turn.
Should I give Joffrey advantage if he's doing that?
Yeah. I mean.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay. I was like, this is Dewey's like first.
Dewey just
fight.
crawls into a ball.
Yeah, he's like, I'm sorry.
Joffrey has a long curved scimitar. Looks like it might even be magical in one hand. He reaches into his belt, and in his other hand he has a dagger, and he attacks with both. The scimitar misses because you're too short, and he just swings. He's trying to decapitate you, but he misjudges where your head is, and he just cuts off a piece of hair. But then he turns around and tries to drive the dagger home. The dagger also misses.
My bad posture saves me once again.
Yeah, you curl into a ball just in time.
Yeah, you may not know who your god is, but your god is smiling brightly upon you.
I think my god is just Pious the Palace, the Pious guy. I think that's it.
Emil, you're if you were to do a dash, you would kind of be within range of what's going on with Dewey and Jeffrey at this point.
I look back and yell, Artem, what are you doing?
I'm coming.
I'm gonna hold my turn until after Artem.
What are you gonna do? You don't hold the turn. You just you can hold an action.
I'm gonna probably move back, and I want to loot the unconscious people.
Guys,
Oh, you're gonna move. But Dewey is fighting Joffrey one-on-one down the road.
Dewey's a magical little guy here, and I could see him just bobbing and weaving.
if I'm being honest, you do you. I got this.
Okay, so Emil, you go over to loot the guards. The guards all have spears, and they have, what is it here? They have breastplates on. That's what's of value. You find a couple of gold on their bodies.
No, I just wanna break their spears and take their armor off.
The spears are hard to break, but you can break them. It'll take you a couple of minutes.
I thought that you said break their spirits.
No, I'll
At this point, yeah, their spirits are broken. They're down.
yeah, I just don't want them to get back up. And
It's only through the Artem's mercy that they're still even alive. So Artem, it's your turn. You've just laid your hands on these guards just to keep them alive.
Full sprint to Dewey.
You know what? You may take another inspiration for. All right, so you do a full dash towards Dewey,
Yep.
and after a dash, the next turn you're going to be within 30 feet of what's going on with Dewey. And
Gotcha.
Jeffrey. Okay, so Dewey, it's your turn again. Jeffrey looks badly injured. He doesn't look like he can take much of a hit. You've really worn him down with all your magic.
Yeah. So for to attack with a spiritual weapon, I'm trying to see if that's a bonus action to use, or if it's just.
I believe it's a bonus action for it to move and attack during your turn.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna attack him with the anchor again.
That is a hit with the anchor right on the side of his head.
Why
I
did it
just
shake
realized
like
it's
that?
an anchor. That's amazing.
You kill Jeffrey. Flawless victory. You didn't even take a step.
Flawless victory.
Yeah.
Flawless victory.
Dewey's like curled up in a ball crying. He's just
Jeffrey
like,
falls down to his knees, blood gushing everywhere from this anchor that just ripped his neck apart. And he looks at you with hateful eyes as he crumples down dead.
Okay. I like look at my team and they're like looting bodies and just like messing around.
No, John. While this is happening, I would be Eldritch blasting the spears and taking the armor off them,
Yeah.
so that way they'd have to don it and waste their time.
Yeah, they have breastplates on. It's easy to take off their armor. The spears, it takes a couple of blasts, but you're able to destroy these spears.
Artem is on his way.
Artem, you get over to the scene and you see Dewey just sitting there sobbing after he had murdered. He had utterly destroyed this man on the
There's
ground.
no saving Jeffrey.
I hope not.
He had a flawless victory.
If I'm telling you right now, if you go to save him, I will kill him.
I'm just going to, say prayers over him.
It's okay.
He's dead.
It's okay. It's clear to all three of you. He wasn't a very good man anyway.
He was what?
He wasn't a very good man. It's clear to all three of you.
I hug Artem.
Yes, big hug. It's all right, Dewey.
So
let's get
you
it.
turn. Do you loot Jeffrey?
I take his ring.
Yes, it's an expensive gold ring worth 20 gold at least, with a Zentarum plate on it.
Does he have anything else worth of value on him?
Well, you're not. Are you gonna walk over there?
Hell yeah! I ain't gonna hang out with these. I don't want to be with these guys when they get up. I might have to kill them.
You walk over there, and Joffrey has some leather armor on, just some mundane leather armor. He's got a pouch. He's got like a pouch carrying a lot of his belongings. You open up the pouch. A lot of them are just kind of receipts and papers that have to do with his deal with the town. to distribute the tusk cakes, so they don't seem to be worth much to you. But within his pouch, you do find one magical scroll, clearly containing a magical spell that you don't recognize. Also, you find 30 pieces of gold. You can add them to your inventory if you want. You can find 30 pieces of gold, and his scimitar is clearly magical.
Does he still have the location of the cave on him?
He doesn't have it on him. It appears that he knew it, but he didn't. He doesn't have anything written about the cave.
Well, we wrote it, and gave it to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the note on him.
No, he wrote. No, the note that you wrote to him. Yes, he still has it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take the note because that's really what we're here for.
It was just a lie anyway.
Yeah, but that might implicate you because.
Good call.
Yeah.
So you got after this big battle scene, you can see that some of the townfolk they're just kind of retreating to their houses, locking, barring the doors and everything like that. It doesn't seem like any guards or anybody has appeared yet. They must be preoccupied with whatever fiasco is going on at the bakery.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
So I don't want
Do
the
you
money.
want this sword, or does anyone want it? I certainly wouldn't mind, but I don't necessarily want first dibs.
I don't believe in
I
weapons.
assume. Yeah, I was gonna say Dewey probably is not interested.
Do you guys want the scroll?
You can have the sword too if you want, if it suits you. I'm not worried about the scroll either.
Can you guys use scrolls?
I think there's a check involved.
The problem is you don't know what the scroll is. You have to have it identified.
If it's divine or not.
It's summon demon.
Or banish ghost, maybe. It could be extremely convenient.
Yeah, I mean we'll hold on to the scroll. I think I could use the scimitar. Oh, I have the scroll. I could use that.
John,
I have that spell.
The
John.
scroll says.
You're not supposed to know what the spell is. It's not supposed to be identified, even though you see it right in front of you.
So we don't know.
Would I be able to decipher the spell since I have that spell? I mean the scroll since I have the spell though.
Since you have the spell.
I do have guiding bolt.
Yeah, actually, I do not know the complete rules of if you already know the spell, whether or not you can decipher it from the scroll. I'll have to check up on that. I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it for now. I'll have to check up on it later because that's an interesting question. I will let you have it. So I put all these items inside the party sheet. You can grab it into your inventory from the party sheet if you want.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna add the Zentarum ring to my inventory. How do you spell Zentarum?
Oh, it's a little tricky.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try.
Okay, I did take the scroll of guiding bolt. I don't know if you use finesse or light weapons. If no one uses that, I'll take it unless you guys do. I don't know if you use it, Dewey. I think Artem's got a hammer.
What, scimitars?
Yeah.
Dewey, yeah. Let me see. Yes.
I have the slingshot.
Do you want the scimitar?
No. No, I don't.
Alright, I guess I'll take both. You guys could have the gold then. You could split it down the middle between you both. Because I don't want to take everything.
Okay.
Just please save me some food later.
All right, so what do you guys want to do? If you hang out here for long, the mayor is going to come back with his cards and see what has happened. But then again, you have several witnesses already. I mean, they pretty much know.
I'm sorry, you cut out again, John.
What do you guys want to do?
Well, we gotta go beat up a ghost now, right? I mean...
Yeah.
A rest wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, I definitely need to rest after that one.
Are you staying in town to rest?
No.
I think we should do it on the road.
Okay.
On our way, yeah.
You want to leave a note for the mayor on Jeffrey's body, saying, how he got violent and we took care of his problem. And we probably won't be back, so good luck.
Yeah, if we leave a note, do you think I should leave the proof that he's as in Tarim, or does that not really matter?
I don't think that affects them.
Okay.
So you guys gather up your things, and you exit out of town, heading towards the location of the map. The location is about 2 days' travel. So on the road, you can take a short, long rest. Let me assign everybody a long rest.
Oh, thank God.
Guys, I think we did pretty good. I don't feel like I was in any real danger. Also, to be fair, like, Dewey's a coward, but he does have a lot of HP. I've got 24. Like, he's just a punk. He's fine.
No, you killed him without taking a scratch. That was a flawless victory.
Yeah, but he did it with his eyes closed while running away.
Just the magic missiles have unerring accuracy, so you could have been blinded.
Yeah, blindfolded, just like underwater.
Well, you do have to see the target before you cast it, so you can't cast it blind. But it never misses. It's like a homing missile. So you guys take a long rest. You spend the next 2 days traveling until finally you make it to the area where X marks the spot. And within that area, it seems very obvious because what you see is a cave right where the X should be, or right where the X was directing you. And you walk inside the cave. It appears that most of the cave is very natural, but after a few hours of searching, you realize that the cave opens up. There's a false tunnel that has been collapsed, but is easily the rocks are easily moved out of the way now that you know what you're looking for. And after you'd spent a couple of hours moving the rocks out of the way, you're already really tired from doing all of this. You find behind it a door. Now, the door is made out of stone, and a silver cup is fitted into the center of the door, with a small inscription carved above that little fitting. The inscription reads, "Give to receive."
And there's a cup next to it?
Yes, there's a door. There's a door with a groove in the center of it, and it's a cup inside, like carved inside into the door.
I'll put a gold piece in.
Wait, did the ghost vanish with the blue silk thing?
She vanished once you went and attacked Jeffrey. You put gold inside the cup, but that doesn't do anything. It appears to need some other form of offering.
I put blood in the cup.
Oh, that is exactly what you need to put inside the cup.
Well,
you put a drop of blood inside the cup, and when you do so, the door, there's some sort of magical force behind the door as it begins to rumble and then slowly kind of veer off to the side. And I'll put your tokens up.
Uh-oh.
Because we're going back to maps. You had our little... The door just, the earth kind of trembles as the door pushes aside. And it opens up to a long cavern. You look left and right, and you see a dried up skeleton a couple of levels beneath you.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt. I have to step away for just a minute. I really gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, no problem. Oh, why don't we all take a bathroom break?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, 5 minutes.
All right.
Awesome.
Okay. So the door finally just rolls open. There's some sort of mechanism that there's gears beneath it, and the magic of the door creaks it open, and you guys see before you there's a long narrow tunnel. There's a skeleton that lies a couple of levels below. You look around and the stonework is crude and unfinished. The floor is littered with loose stones. There's a thin layer of briny ooze that coats this place. At the end of the tunnel, as far as you can see, you think you see a bigger opening, like a small chamber with some wooden planks on the floor.
Alright, you said a briny... something
Yeah.
like...
A weird, briny, kind of a thin layer of this greenish, briny stuff on the wall, coats the walls.
Okay, but there's water on the ground, though, correct?
There's no water on the ground here.
Oh, okay. Alright, I hop down.
Yeah, I'll go with him.
I thought you were saying like there was some like a liquid on the ground, and I was
Nope.
I don't feel like I was gonna jump into acid.
No, there's nothing that looks like it's acid. It's just this goop on the walls.
All right, guys, if you want, I'll lead the way. I probably have the best sight right now.
So there's
Yeah.
a couple of little steps that you kind of go down, and you get up to the skeleton. You look at the skeleton. It's long dead. It's ancient, and there is appears to be there's some leathers on it, like it's some leather armor. It's got an old rusted knife in one of its hands. The skeleton looks like you're not sure if the skeleton has been like there's been some foul play going on that killed this person in the past. It's hard to tell just looking at the skeletons because the bones are so rotten and old.
Artem, is this thing alive? Is it undead? I mean.
If it's, I'm sure it's safe. Arda will step up and kick it, like the foot or whatever.
Nothing happens when you kick it. The bone just breaks.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
It's pretty dead.
There's another one, Artem. Go kick
So-
it.
There's quite a few.
Couple. Kick them.
Go kick it, Artem.
All
So
right, Artem
you
is
wa-
inspecting skeletons.
you look around. It's another one of these skeletons, badly desiccated. Previously had looks like it had been wearing some chainmail that is decayed, and so's this skeleton.
Well,
Do
this
we
is
see-
the place.
What was killing them? Like, do we have any idea?
They probably
So-
drowned if this is the boat.
Hey,
So
Raj,
this
is it-
skeleton that you're looking at has something kind of clasped in its hand. It's a palm-sized stone, and you pick up the stone, and you kind of look at it. It doesn't look like it's magical or anything, but it has something carved on the side of it. Wrongchus.
wrong.
Like righteous, but with the word wrong. It's not a normal word.
Interesting.
Guys, there's a path down here.
I'm gonna go ahead and take the stone just in case.
So you peer over, and there's a little tunnel that kind of leads to a further path.
Yeah, I'm holding an Eldritch Blast ready just in case something runs down.
Nothing runs down.
It's a dead end to the left.
I'll proceed forward cautiously.
So as you go down into the tunnel, unlike the entryway, this chamber features carefully built stone walls. It looks like the building has not even been completed because you see a couple of piles of these square stones at the side, like they were in the middle of building it when this area was abandoned. Some craftsmanship is evident in the stonework here, and the far wall suggests the frame of a door sealed by rock. So over here, you can see that there's a stone door there, and It completely seals this the entryway off. The stone looks extremely heavy and old.
This is definitely unusual.
So you look at the mason stone, and you see that every single little brick has that word "wrongous" carved on it. The far wall houses and you look at that far wall where that stone door is, and you can see that there's some ancient footsteps that go beyond it. Beside the door is a hole.
Just
About the size of your hand.
fist.
About the size of your hand.
Put the stone in.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna put the stone in.
As you get to firstly, as you get up to the stone wall, you see that now you see that there's an inscription on the not the stone door. You see there's an inscription on it, and you hold on. The inscription says, "Do wrong to begin judgment. Do wrong again to do right."
Oh.
I start scribbling bad math in the dust. 2 + 4 = 7.
I'm gonna pick up one of the rocks that's laying in this room as well, and then put both of them into the hole.
Nothing happens when you put the what are you putting through the hole?
I'm putting one of the loose rocks from this room and the wrongous rock from that guy's hand.
None of them do anything.
Oh.
Can you read it again?
I'll write it out. It
Thank you.
says,
It basically says 2 wrongs make a right, but really fancy.
"Do wrong to begin judgment. Do wrong again to do right."
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm afraid of what happens after one wrong in the interim to getting to the second one. But
I mean, we have to like wrong each other. Like I have to Eldritch Blast one of you.
Well, you don't know what "do wrong" means.
No.
let's not be hasty now.
Here, hold this. Oh boy. I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Let's see. Do we have anything? Well, so this doorway, it's just a solid, like.
It's a solid piece of stone.
Can I walk up to Artem? Just like while we're thinking about this, and I'm gonna take a gold piece from him.
Okay.
Oh, you ran away.
That's not
Excuse me.
Artem. That's
Oh, sorry,
The
Emil.
door.
I meant Emil, and I said Artem, but I can take it from Artem. That's fine.
While distracted, I'm totally just reaching like in this hole. I'm just gonna reach my arm in as far as it'll go.
I'm also going to take a gold piece from Dewey.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anything I can feel inside the hole?
It appears that you can't stretch your hand any further. The hole is just empty space when you feel around. You can put your entire arm through, it's wide enough, but you just feel around and it's just empty space.
Huh. Any thoughts? It's just a big, huge, open, like, hole in the wall here, but is there anything else on any of the other walls?
Well,
Search 'em
once
and
again,
stuff?
once again, you see all these bricks laid about that have the word "wrongous" written on it.
The rocks on the ground as well, or on just the walls?
All the bricks that are used for masonry have that written on it.
Oh, okay.
The natural rocks don't have anything written on it.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna take one of those those masonry rocks if it's loose and just throw it at the door.
That doesn't do anything.
Darn.
The words "try foot" to appear in front of all of a sudden appear.
Right.
Dewey, you're small. I need you to put your foot in this hole.
Why would that be any different than your hand?
Because it's wrong, clearly.
Okay.
Don't
Alright.
worry, I'll watch over you.
Okay. I feel like that's a really bad idea.
You stick your foot inside the hole. There's just empty space behind the hole.
I start screaming.
Ah! Dewey and full of out. Are you okay?
Yeah. Nothing happened.
Okay. Well, why'd you scream then?
I'm tired. I'm sorry.
All right. What about the way we came in? Is there anything over there?
What do you want to do to look over there?
Where did Tri-Foot appear?
Right in the door.
I'm gonna put the journal in the hole, see if that does anything.
It doesn't do anything.
Right.
Also, Artem, I took a gold piece from you. I'm sorry. And I'm gonna give it back to him.
What if I Eldritch Blast the hole?
Nothing particular happens. It's just
Damn.
bam, a couple of pebbles fall off.
Is there a hole on this side?
There. This side is the side you came in on.
Yeah. Is there anything over here to look at? Or is it just like the entranceway?
That's just the entrance way.
These are two separate piles. Is there any difference between them? If I just start moving rocks from one to the other or pile them all together?
Doesn't appear to be much of a difference. Those are kind of just natural loose rocks spewing.
Okay.
The two piles there are masonry rocks. It looks like this chamber hasn't been completed.
Can I move the other door? Just at all?
Not just by pushing it, no.
Well, yeah. Go grab one of the things from in the hallway
Emil,
there.
You go back to the hallway. I want you to roll investigation.
Let's see. My -1.
Oh, 16 is enough. When you're investigating the walls, you notice that one area doesn't appear to have any of that green stuff on it, and you go. It's all the way down here. I'll put your token there.
Okay.
So you go up to that wall and you start kind of examining that wall, and you start poking around. You realize that the rock is very loose, and you just slam the rock, and the entire wall collapses, revealing a secret chamber.
Okay. I yell, "Hey guys, over here!"
Let's go see what's going on.
Yeah, because we were standing there looking at each other.
Yeah, just kind of thinking.
Look what I found. A little passageway.
Was this here before?
Yeah, it was. You just walked past it. You must have been really tired.
Wow.
Are you making fun of me?
I don't think that's true at all.
So the
You guys
secret
missed it.
passage goes down into a tunnel. Descending the cramped passage, you emerge into a circular chamber with a simple stone altar along the far wall. Scattered on the floor are a dozen stone tablets, all carved with the inscription Wrongjus. There are 4 slumping figures that occupy the space directly in front of the altar. You can see those 4 bodies on the ground. As you approach those bodies, they begin to speak. And they keep saying, wrong, wrong, wrong. Clearly they're some sort of undead. They don't attack you, they just they're slumped down and they just start saying, wrong.
And these the tablet looking things or the paper just says Wrongjus on them as well?
Yeah.
What if we take one of these and try and in the hole? Or
but these are undead?
They absolutely are undead. It just happens that they're not attacking you.
What do they look like?
They are zombies. They are they have fleshy parts on them, even though they're mostly, like, you can see areas of exposed skeleton. They are wearing sailing gear, like a sailor's hat with a feather in it. They have like boots on. All look like they're kind of sailors.
I pick up a tablet and look to see if they get up.
Check their browser history.
They don't do anything, even though you pick up the tablet.
I drop the tablet on one of them.
He just takes it. And he continues to scream out, wrong, wrong.
I'm gonna go investigate this altar.
I'm gonna ask one, how do we do wrong?
He doesn't appear to be intelligent and doesn't actually converse with you. He just is it seems like it's only programmed to say the word wrong over and over again. You look at the altar. It's a bare stone altar.
A bear skin altar?
A bare stone altar.
Okay.
It's just an empty altar.
Oh. I'll throw one of these tablets on top of it and put one of that wrongful rock that I got on it.
When you throw the tablet on top of the stone altar, the tablet appears to bang against something that is invisible on top of the altar. The tablet slams down on the altar, and it appears to be some sort of invisible object clangs onto the floor. The tablet seems to have pushed it off, and then the zombies attack.
Now I gotta look for some invisible object and fight things? Artem is doing good today.
Alright, are we rolling initiative?
We should have smashed him before I started investigating.
That's what I said. Well, I didn't say that, but I wanted to.
I thought it real hard. You should have
warned me.
I'm doing that from now on.
Yes, Artem is prone to action before attacking, you know.
All right, we are in initiative. I know you don't see any enemies on a combat tracker yet.
And a Nightwalker appears.
Throwing this torch on the ground.
So first thing that happens is this zombie gets up. The closest person to this zombie, unfortunately, is Dewey, and he shambles over and tries to slam Dewey.
Slam Dewey.
Ooh.
Oh.
He snags you on that one.
Ow.
Doing 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Now it's your turn. There's 3 other zombies there, of course, as well. Just this is the only one that's animated. I'm going to wake him up. Hold on. There we go. Oh, wrong, he says.
Yeah, so he grabs onto my ankle. I'm going to use Turn Undead.
Oh, if you're going to use Turn Undead, there's a lot more targets than what you can see, so...
Yeah, I'm trying to, make them visible.
Hold on a second.
There's at least 4, right?
There's more than 4, unfortunately.
Wrong!
Yeah, you've opened the can of worms now, Dewey.
Well, I said at least. I assumed there was more.
Some of the zombies were buried beneath the ground. So
Ew.
I'm gonna make them all visible then.
Good luck, Dewey.
Okay, guys, you're here too. Why do you guys keep on saying that? You're like, wow, dude, you really fucked up. It's like, good luck, dude. I'm like, hey.
Yeah, I think we should leave. I'm just kidding. Oh,
Whoa, okay.
ah. You can
Hold
fit
on.
at least 2 more in there. What's stopping that?
Sorry, that's no. It's not. This one is not there. Hold on. This one there. This one there. This one there. Okay, these zombies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zombies show up. They, you can see, in addition to the zombies that you already saw, some of them are clawing their ways out. So, Dewey, what you may do is target every single enemy here, and cut your turn undead.
While he's doing that, can you add my Devil's Sight back on? I think it came off.
What do you mean?
I don't see it added on the, like, as an effect.
Well, can you see everything?
It wouldn't apply for this. I'm just saying in general.
It's still on.
Okay, how do I see that though? Nice, Dewey.
It's on True Sight, so it
True
should be
Sight?
on you. Yeah, it's on your character sheet and it's under senses, and it should be say True Sight.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I didn't know that's all you had to do.
You have 4 zombies that fail your turn undead. They are frightened.
Yeah, all the ones that are next to me,
Yes.
they hear like a bunch of pirates yelling and like laughing and jeering at them, and it makes them scared and want to run away.
They will indeed run away. Zombie number 8. He is not turned, so he's going to attack Artem. He's right next to Artem. It's not going to hit. Zombie number 9. He is... Oh, you know what? Let me put a marker on him to say he's turned, so I don't forget. Zombie number 9 is turned. He is frightened. He begins digging himself back down. Artem, you're up.
The question: should I also try to turn undead?
Well,
No, I'm
don't
just gonna
think so.
bludgeon this thing. I am confused by this turn of events.
I saw 2 rolls. What was that about?
Apparently, I attacked myself. Hold on, I must have myself targeted.
oh wow.
Yeah, it's almost... It's not easy to miss zombies because their armor class is usually pretty low. There you go.
Okay, yeah, I just have... Okay, alright, I'll try this again.
You most definitely hit that zombie. Doing 4 points of damage. Zombie number 10 just saunters over to you. He's not turned, so he's going to attack.
This feels vaguely familiar.
Oh my goodness, the zombie
Oof.
has zombie has critted you. For 5 points of damage.
Whoa. Okay.
Zombie number 11, he's turned, so I'm going to add the turned effect to remind myself. And being turned and being scared, he begins to dig himself out. Dig himself back underground.
Are they
Zombie
still
number
saying
7.
wrong when they're running away?
Wrong. Zombie number 7 saunters over to you. He's going to try to attack you. 5's not going to cut it. Okay, Emil, it's your turn.
All right.
You get advantage on the turn zombies, by the way. They're feared.
Okay, so can I step back? Or
No, they can still opportunity attack with you, although they will do so at disadvantage because they're feared.
well, I don't. Okay, that's what I was looking at. Can I hit him with the ranged or no? I would have to hit someone else.
You attack with normal attack with a ranged because advantage and disadvantage cancel out.
I could hit 11 with advantage.
It cancels out advantage and disadvantage because 12 and the shockingly gaunt zombie are in melee range, so your ranged attacks have disadvantage.
No, I'm saying against 11.
It's still disadvantage because you have a combatant in melee range.
Oh,
If
I
you're
didn't know
Eldritch
that's how that works.
Blasting.
Okay, so then I could hit him with a melee weapon with advantage then.
Yes, if you use a melee weapon, you can hit
Alright.
these turned zombies with advantage.
Alright, and I'll just do that. See, I believe he's targeted, and...
Because as long as the object of their fear is in sight, you get advantage on them.
8's a hit.
Yeah.
Alright, and that's my turn.
You stab the zombie as it runs away from you. Zombie number 12 is going to start running away. You make opportunity attack him as he runs away.
With advantage?
Yes. He's still feared. That's a hit. Another couple.
Some
Another
very
7.
durable zombies.
And he runs to the corner. The shockingly gaunt zombie is terrified of you, so it's the beginning of a turn. You may both opportunity attack if you want. He's going to run away.
Now, as he moves away, can I use a cantrip at that point?
Opportunity
no?
attacks have to be a melee weapon attack.
Melee? Okay, thank you.
I don't
Unless
have...
unless you have a skill to give you a cantrip as an opportunity attack.
No. This was shocking. Where is he?
Okay. Yeah, he's moving away.
Oh, I see him. Gotcha.
Shockingly gaunt. That's a hit. 9 points of damage as he moves to the corner, attempting to escape your holy powers. Dewey, it's your turn again.
Yeah. What I'm gonna do is, I feel like Toll the Dead is my main thing for damage. But also, does necromancy spells work against undead people?
You might have to try it to find out. It depends if a certain monster has an immunity against necrotic damage or something.
I don't think it heals them in this edition, but I could be wrong.
Okay, well, I'm about to heal the shockingly gaunt one a lot.
Go ahead. We don't know what'll happen.
Nope, it is not immune to necrotic damage. It falls down and dies.
Nice.
Anything else on your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna move out of this room a little bit. I'm gonna move 5, 10, 15. I'll be here.
However, as you move out of the room and you saw that zombie go down due to Toll the Dead, the zombie, you realize that it's trying to get up again. When zombies die, they get a skill called Undead Fortitude. It gets a Constitution saving throw. Which is the zombie does not die. It's still moving, although it's prone at this point.
Okay.
Okay, so now we go to zombie number 8, who has been attacking Artem. a nat 1. Zombie number 9, who is escaping, he is digging and digging, and he begins to dig, and he actually digs himself out of the combat.
No, he's escaping.
He is. Well, you scared him with turn undead. Artem, you're up.
All right.
Did you say anything about the altar or anything, or are we just fighting zombies?
We're dealing with the zombies first. I'll be happy to explain things, including my mistake afterwards.
That's 6 points of damage.
It's not dying, fellas.
Zombies have a lot of hit points. Zombie number 10 continues to claw at you. He's gonna miss. Zombie number 11 digs himself out of the combat. Zombie number 7 is attacking you. He is still missing. Emil, it's your turn.
That armor class is really helping out.
All right. And I guess all the ones that are turned ran away, correct? Except the one on the bottom.
Yeah, shockingly gaunt, and the one on the top, zombie 12, they're both turned.
So now I would have advantage with range, so I will use a cantrip. And I think he's no, he's not. There we go. And
he fails his save.
And attack.
You do 3 points of damage. However, after he goes down, he gets undead fortitude. It's Constitution saving throw. He gets back up.
God, how many times can they do that?
They are zombies.
So
Are you attacking the ones running away?
I'm guessing Radiant doesn't do anything to them, so I'll hit them with Force. Next. See, maybe that'll do something.
Oh, I'm sorry. You hit him with Sacred Flame?
Yes.
I thought you hit him with a blast. No, Sacred Flame
Nope.
kills him. He cannot say he does not get back up after radiant damage.
Oh, nice.
I didn't realize. I thought you were. I thought you were Eldritch
I
Blast.
took Pack of the Tome for flavor, different things. I was gonna go Psychic after that, but not much going there.
No, you realize that these zombies, with radiant damage, their undead souls finally are extinguished. Zombie number 12, still turned, begins to dig. It's Dewey Waters' turn.
Yes, I'll pull the dead zombie 8. Nope, that says turn undead, not toll the dead. Here we go.
He rolled an 18 on a saving throw.
Oh no.
It's a wise zombie.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, that's all I got. I'm gonna stick around here.
Zombie number 8 is continuing to assault Artem. Misses. Zombie number 9 is out of combat, has run away. Zombie number 10 continues to assault Artem. Oh, he gets a 22. 5 points of bludgeoning damage as the 3 zombies start clawing you down. This zombie is out of combat, fortunately. Zombie number 7 continues to claw at you. Misses. And we are back at Emil.
Alright. 12 is turned.
12 is digging his way out of the combat. He fails his save. 1 point of radiant damage.
what
Not
the
enough.
fuck?
Not
Yeah.
enough to bring him down. On anything else on your turn?
I'm gonna just move up to about here. Oh no, right about here. And that's it.
Okay. On his turn, he claws himself out of combat. It's Dewey's turn.
Yeah. So the room getting more and more clear. Where's Zombie 8? Yeah. Okay, I'm
He's up
gonna
here.
Zombie 8 again.
I'm surrounded.
I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear you.
you see, they're all they're all grappling Artem.
That's it. That's all I got.
Got anything else?
Zombie 8.
No.
He's going to try to grapple you. Hopefully to be able to bite your neck afterwards. So he strength contests you.
What's that? Athletics?
No, I rolled for you, and
Oh, okay.
you push him off.
I am strong after all.
Alright, Artem, let's
Little
kill him. Let's kill him.
Okay, Artem, you're up. Now the zombies are getting real touchy-feely.
Oh, let's see.
A 9 will hit. You are wearing this one down, but it's got a whole stack of hit points.
I think I can survive another round. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah, you're tough. You're the coolest.
Zombie number 10, now trying to grapple you. You fend him off, just barely. Zombie number 7 also attempts to grapple you. He has you grappled.
I'm in danger.
I'll just put him here just to show you grappling. Emil, he's got you grabbed to be like behind the head while you're trying to fight off his other two friends.
Breathe the fire on him, Emil.
I don't want to
Zombies
hurt
smell
you.
like fire.
I'll be alright.
Are we back at this? Just breathe fire on him. Do it at least once.
Just do
I
it at
wanna
least
see-
once.
We all want to see it.
I give you my word. I shall survive as long as you can at least kill Zombie 8. Otherwise, it's pointless.
Well, I'm not going to be able to kill him.
All right, we have we have a lot of successes.
The only one who fails is Artem. No.
I don't,
No, it was a zombie that failed at least. You breathe a huge mote of fire that burns this entire chamber, setting some of the zombies on fire. It appears that Artem, for some reason, barely is bothered by this fire. Dewey.
I squint my eyes at Artem. And then I'll toll the dead Zombie 8 again. Yeah, I'll go for 8, because he's the lowest.
He fails his save.
For once, I've landed it. We're good. Alright, Dewey, come on. You're embarrassing
12,
me.
Dewey. Ah.
Zombie number 8, now that you're grappled, is going to come at you with advantage. He slams you. Ooh, and that advantage has caused him to hit you. He smacks you right in the head for 5 points of bludgeoning damage, and all of a sudden, Artem, your helmet is knocked off. And for the first time, your compatriots look at you. They see your face and who you really are. Artem, tell them.
Yes, my helmet is knocked off, but the horns are not. Also, I have a very lovely shade of red skin. I'm pretty.
Oh, that's nice.
Do you have hooves?
No, they don't get. You don't have hooves.
No, his helmet and his boots got knocked off. See, he has hooves
so
now.
hard.
Wait, he's a minotaur? I'm just kidding. I know.
They don't seem to be bothered by your heritage. So now it's your turn again. You're being grappled by the zombie.
I saw that he had hellish resistance.
Yeah.
I did too.
I was just like, okay.
Yes, but that's sort of like a meta thing.
Well,
you know?
yeah.
I also don't know how I'm supposed to react to tieflings because I don't know anything about D&D lore. Are we supposed to not like him? Do we kill him like kobolds?
They're generally viewed very suspiciously.
Yeah, they're not
outright hostility, but
they're not openly attacked. That they were maybe in second edition or so, but nowadays we're more understanding. So they're viewed with some disdain and suspicion. Certainly, a paladin being tiefling would be an unusual sight.
It's like we lifted apartheid. Think of it that I'm just kidding. Maybe not that bad, but
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I feel like that's why I don't do official D&D stuff. It's all just racist stuff. Like every race is like, I don't like you because of this reason. I'm like, D&D is dumb.
to be fair, there was like a Blood Wars or something, like a whole infernal thing going on. And
Yeah,
but, like,
race is it's a very sensitive, difficult issue to do in D&D because it's part of even the way the story behind the world was written, where people just hate each other. But the thing is, like, just blatantly being racist and things like that in D&D. Like, there's people who just use it as an excuse to just like go around killing people for no reason. Like,
yeah,
I hate drow. I'm gonna
kobolds.
murder. Yeah, I hate drow. I want to murder drow. But kobolds, they're not real. They're more like monsters than actually, they're more like goblins and monsters and stuff like that.
I do have to say exactly what you're saying is what racists say. Like, it's like, well, they're not real people, so it's fine. You could kill them indiscriminately. It doesn't
they're not
matter.
people, though. They're a different race, literally.
But the thing, at the same time,
know.
at the same time, there are villains in the game, and if you say, well, we can't judge this troll before we fight that becomes a difficult issue too, to kind of walk the line, because if we can't be aggressive towards anything that we see a beholder, well, let's try to see if this person, that becomes difficult too. So I don't know when to draw the line. And
I don't know. I feel
honestly,
like I don't really have a problem with that in my games.
this is
It comes
pretty
up sometimes.
straightforward.
Yeah, it
Because
comes up
these
sometimes.
guys are undead, and
No, undead
Yeah,
is
but-
fine. Like,
But you can play undead in some game systems too.
Oh,
It's hard to know, and sometimes
Well,
you just gotta.
vampires are basically that,
Yeah, they're vampires. It's hard to
in
know.
a sense.
Yeah, it's very hard to navigate, and there's people who just complain about it. For me, what I do is I just kind of establish, this is a world that just absolutely hates undead. So if you see it undead, most people would just attack it. And that's how I put it, just to
yeah, undead is less of a problem because undead isn't a race. It's like a state of being, I guess.
Yeah, but you would treat like a demon. They're a fiendish race, and technically tieflings are the offshoot of that. And there's a moral dilemma within that race where some of them are more inclined to be evil or good.
Honestly, from what I see, it only becomes a problem when you have bad role players. Like there are people who play the game and they're like, oh, well, you're a drow, so I'm going to attack you because you're a drow. That's just something that you got to squash in the game. Like, there's people who play like that. But if you don't get people play, you can usually come to a decent understanding, because otherwise, you got to figure out, well, when do we, where do we draw the line and say, this is something that you attack because of what it is.
Well, you're gonna have a different experience with Drow in the Underdark than you would in Waterdeep. For the
No.
part.
When we go to the Underdark, you are supposed to be evil.
No, but that's what I'm saying though. It's location.
Exactly. But anyway, enough of the D&D politics.
So, out of curiosity, since I'm grappled, I know I can't move.
You can still attack,
but
you attack at disadvantage. If you want to escape the grapple, it's an action against.
Yeah, it's my action. Yeah. I'll risk it. I'm gonna just hit Zombie 7 and to try and smite him. So.
Okay, you just you can attack him normally just with a disadvantage. And his 8 armor class, you hit him anyway. You add a radiant smite on top of that.
This is what he gets for grabbing me. I thought it might be enough.
Oh, it's not enough to end him.
It would have obliterated him. Ah, well, it was worth the effort.
Wow.
Unfortunately, he was at full health when you did that.
Oh, he was not the one who got singed. Ah, dang it.
Yeah, well, they were all damaged, though.
Yeah, but
yeah, lightly.
One of them passed. Or no, some of them did.
Yeah, but even if you pass, you get half.
Yeah.
Somewhat. It was 5 points, so.
Oh, he only took 2 points of damage, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zombie 10 attacks you with advantage, but not able to break through even with advantage. Zombie number 7 has you grappled and is trying to bite your throat. He is not able to do so. Emil, it's your turn.
I'm beaten. And bloody.
Don't you worry.
But I'm holding it together.
So is 7 considered grappled as well?
No, he's not grappled. Artem is grappled.
Okay.
But you have no problem. Oh, he rolled his save. No, he is somehow saved against your...
Spare the dying. Oh wait, was that what I did?
You did
What did I
Sacred
do?
Flame.
Okay, good.
He rolled a 16 on a save.
Okay, well, regardless, I am going to use Healing Light on Artem. Heal my buddy here. Let's see, where is it?
You can just drag the thing onto him.
I got it.
4 points of healing. 1 point of healing. Another 4 points of healing. 6 points of healing. Artem is back to 24 hit points.
I am refreshed.
Nice. What was that? What is Healing Light?
Don't worry about it.
It's a Celestial Warlock ability.
Don't tell him. No.
This is
Yeah,
No,
you
no.
told me not to worry about it, so I immediately
No,
started
no.
worrying about it.
Duo.
I'm saying it as player, not as out of character.
You see me reach up to the heavens and just, finger guns at Artem, and next thing you know, he just feels refreshed, and his wounds seem almost gone.
Nice.
We're up to Dewey.
The Celestial Warlock.
I'm gonna keep doing what I have been doing. I'm not switching
fails.
targets.
Ah, it worked.
He fails the save.
He's gonna die this time. Watch this.
He is gone forever with radiant damage.
Great. Now me and Artem are right next to each other on the turn tracker. Hi, Artem.
All right, Artem. Still grappled.
All right. Try this. Finish this guy off here. Well, that's a 1.
Oh my god.
Nat 1 is just low enough to miss his armor class.
Yeah, low enough.
All right, zombie number 10, taking advantage of your grappled state, attacks you. Misses. Zombie number 7 continues to try to bite your neck. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Guys, this isn't
your
good.
hard work, Emil.
He bites into your juicy neck. Wrong! With your blood streaming down his mouth.
No, your juice.
My juices.
So we're attacking 7 next, right? Like we're focusing on 7?
7 succeeds on a save. I don't know how they're rolling so good. They
Yeah,
have a
they're
negative
minus
2
2.
on their negative 2 on their decks.
Yeah, well, he rolled a 17, so.
Yeah, but they've been succeeding everything.
Well, throw some radiance at him. We already know that works. Toll the Dead does not.
I only have spell slots.
He fails his
Radiance.
save.
So what? Well, that should at least break the grapple.
That breaks the grapple. But he does get to roll his Undead Fortitude, a constitution against the amount of damage that you did to him to bring him down. He has 1 hit point and he's still alive.
What is going on? What's
So
up with these zombies?
I think he has to roll higher than a 9.
You have to either do more damage or he has to do worse on a save.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not rolling more damage, so we gotta work something else out.
Oh boy.
All right. Well, so since I'm not grappled, right? He's
Yeah.
he's like, okay. Now I can just. Actually, you know what? Let's.
Is he prone?
He is prone because once you destroy it, it falls down prone.
Yeah. So kill
But
him.
unfortunately, it's not totally destroyed, so it's kind of reanimates with 1 hit point.
Herb stomp him.
Let's. All right. Is he dead?
6 points of damage. It gets an Undead Fortitude save. So-
Hit 10 next. Hit 10.
17. He gets up with 1 hit point. Zombie number 10. Now, you're no longer grappled, so he does a normal attack against you.
Wow. He got me.
He got you, just barely got you. You were so busy. Oh my goodness, rolls max on his damage as well.
Damn it, Artem.
Zombie number 7, he's prone, doesn't get up, and tries to attack you while prone on the ground with disadvantage.
You know, saying disadvantage just makes it hurt even more when they land it.
I'm not in control of the heavens. I can't tell y'all the roll's gonna
He
come out.
failed? Did he fail?
He did fail.
There we go. Holy
did it.
crap.
You did radiant damage?
Yes.
He's
What,
gone.
1 point.
That's
I
all you
know.
needed. In radiant damage, it's gone. Alright, that last zombie.
Okay. Good job, everybody. Six.
6 points of damage. Excellent. Artem, last zombie.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, never mind. I'm good.
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
Zombie 10 does his death throws attacking you. Misses. Just barely misses.
Almost.
Alright. Come on, guys. I know you can kill this one zombie.
That's success. And
Do
okay.
Can you get this last zombie here?
Maybe he gets back up when I do my.
Help me.
I'm doing my best.
Alright, he failed his save. 6 points necrotic brings him down. He's gonna do Undead Fortitude. Ooh, he's got 1 hit point.
Oh my god. Artem, you do it.
Artem smash.
Artem hits him. 6 points of damage. He is going to do Undead Fortitude. Unfortunately, he's got a bonus to Constitution that makes these zombies continuously succeed. So sort of like that troll that you can't kill without fire or acid.
Yeah.
The zombie is going to attack you even though you're on the ground. He's going to just claw at you, even though he's going to remain on the ground and continue to just claw at you. That misses. And Emil fails. 8 points of damage. Radiant damage kills the zombie for good. You have ended their miserable suffering.
Wrong.
Emil, here, take this, buddy. I got you. And I give him one of my healing potions.
Yeah, I have a potion for you too.
Actually, no, I'll use a second. Save yours, unless you want to use it. I'm not going to waste one of them off of, I have one left. So.
You have 3?
I'll be alright.
Yeah, I bought 3 in the store.
Okay,
I literally went heal build.
So, you, after dispatching these zombies, you kind of feel around on the floor for that invisible object, and you put your hands on it. It's some sort of glass jar. You lift the object up, and as you move away from the altar, the object comes into view. It is a large glass jar with green liquid inside.
Hey Artem, I had already...
I'm healing you, Dewey.
Me? Oh, I guess I am. Wait, am I hurt?
Yeah.
You are.
You were.
Oh, okay. Great, I didn't even notice that time.
Yeah.
Blood, seawater, same thing.
It is a glass jar?
It is a glass jar with a green liquid inside.
Wait, it
Drink it.
turned visible. Oh no, no chance.
It was invisible while it was on the altar, but once you take it away from the altar, it becomes visible. So there was some sort of magic in the altar that was making it invisible.
Well, first order of business, Artem immediately goes and slams his helmet back on. Pardon me, you didn't see that.
Yeah, I look away, like somebody that's indecent, that's getting dressed.
So anyway, we found this vial of green liquid.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What is it?
We're just gonna ignore how you're sneaking around, Paladin.
Yes we are.
Can we also talk about how good I did in that fight?
You did an excellent job, Dewey.
Very, very good, Dewey.
I took out 6 of them. I mean...
Well, actually, I did with Radiant.
Oh, wait. Let's hurry because as my teacher.
Oh, just to let everybody know, we're past finish time.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, out of game,
No.
out of character.
So the caves collapse and...
Rocks fall?
Well, no.
forever.
Yeah, I'm okay to keep going if you are. But I wouldn't fault you for having to go.
Yeah, I don't have a heart out tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
So you do you open the vial to kind of check it out?
I will hand it over to our resident arcane expert, Emil, and then proceed to step out of this room before the effects of the turn undead work their way out and the zombies.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Okay, see ya.
Let's go.
You guys are able to get out of the room before the zombies come back.
And what was stopping us from just leaving before?
Yeah, opportunity
The zombies?
attack on him, yeah.
Well, the zombies probably would have chased you.
I see.
All right,
So-
I open the liquid or the bottle.
You open the liquid, and there's an acrid, like stinky, really fishy kind of smell to it.
Ew, stinky.
If you want to check it out, you can roll a medicine on this liquid as you kind of pour some of it out and something and take a look at it.
Can I help him with that?
Sure. You guys kind of all check it out together.
To be fair, Artem does not try to assist because -1 would probably cause disadvantage.
That's fine, I have a 0.
This,
0?
This liquid is asp venom. It's a strong poison that would probably kill instantly.
I'm really happy I didn't go with my gut instinct of swallowing it.
Yeah, take a little sippy sip.
I really was gonna do that, but okay.
Well, you also cut your hand to open up a door earlier, so like,
What?
was that not you? To open up the door?
Alright, so wait a minute. It does not help us here, does it?
Well, you don't know what's gonna what it does for you here.
There's still the hole?
There's still the hole.
Pour
Also,
a little bit of it
So
in
as you walk.
Can you describe the piles of rocks here again?
Oh,
Like, it's just rubble?
Those are mason rocks. Like they are the same rocks that are around the walls. They have
Okay,
the word
they're just
wrong.
not finished.
They have the word wrong just written on. So the walls themselves haven't been completely finished. So as you walk up to the hole, that woman appears again right in the middle of the room. And you know, she just appears as if out of nothing. This big flash of light, and there's coldness, and she says, I must warn you, this is a trap. He says when you produce the poison, the symbol of the wrongness that was done in this chamber, you will be faced with images of yourselves. And if you fight yourselves, you will have to battle your own images. She kind of says this, and then while she's saying this, she undoes her ribbon. Holding her ribbon in her hand, she says, when you face Pallon, you will need this. And she disappears and the ribbon falls to the ground. So the warning that she gave you is that what you're doing right now, you're about to put the poison inside that hole.
It's wrong.
She says, well, she says that is a symbol of the wrong that has occurred here. So it's sort of like she's sort of saying that you are supposed to do that, but she's warning you that's also a trap. She says when that's done, you're going to have to face images of yourself, and if you will if you must battle the images of yourself, then you have to fight yourselves.
I think I could take myself.
Not looking forward to it, but sure, we'll do it.
Sounds like a bit of work.
Are you guys ready?
How about I beat up Artem? Artem, you beat up me. Emil, you also beat up Artem because I'm gonna need help.
Can I beat you up? Can I just beat you up, Dewey? I think you guys want to focus me. I'm just kidding. You or Artem. I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like we should focus me because it'll be easy, and then we'll move on to the second easiest person.
Which is Artem, right?
Let's feel it out. Let's go.
Alright, I'm gonna put in some of the asp venom in there.
Okay, as you put in some of this, when you put in that poison, immediately the room begins to shake, and it seems like the door is beginning to open. But as this door is open, all of a sudden, an intensely bright light shines into the room. Like you don't even know where the source of this light is coming. Oops, the source of this light is coming from. It's a magical radiant light flashing throughout the entire vault. So everybody, Constitution check. Constitution save.
Jeez. In the tower or the chat box?
You can do it because the results are obvious, so you don't have to.
Fuck.
Well, you are all lucky because, except for Emil.
I was about to say we're all lucky. He got a 3.
No, the two of you are lucky. Emil is very unlucky. The light is so bright that it blinds you.
Oh.
So you are under the blinded condition. Let me open up the conditions and effects.
Damn.
And let me activate the lights.
Whoa.
So
Oh,
I hope nobody's epileptic. I'd be so sorry. I felt so bad.
You said that so late.
I know. I just thought of that now. That's why.
Okay.
I didn't even see it. Oh my God, John, you caused a seizure on.
Oh, you're blind.
I
So-
don't see it.
As this happens, you are all surprise attacked as your own shadows rise up and attack you. So you all three of you get a surprise attack from your own shadows.
Which one of us is Hardy? It's Emil. I guess Emil is tougher than Artem.
Obviously me.
Emil, you get hit by your own shadow.
Okay.
Wow.
For 8 points of necrotic damage as your shadow begins draining your own life force from you.
Well, don't let me die.
And Artem, you also are hit by your own shadow.
Oof.
9 points of damage as your shadow begins draining your life force. And finally, Dewey. Dewey, you dodge your own shadow.
Ah.
I've been running from my own shadow my whole life.
So, what I'm gonna do before we start combat is, are you going to fight your shadows?
As
We could
opposed to
also,
running away.
as opposed
I
to
don't-
doing the wrong again and having the judgment be over.
Well, it's up to you. So, we actually, since Dewey, you're first in combat. You get to take the action. What do you want to do?
Who has the poison?
I do.
The poison I thought you poured into that hole.
Yeah, it's poured out.
Oh, you poured the whole thing out. What's a second wrong? Do we know a second wrong?
I'll give you a hint.
Just die.
You just had a ghost that showed up and told you about the trap before you activated the trap.
Yeah, with the ribbon, but do we just put the ribbon in? Where's the ribbon? Is it at the center where Artem is?
Yeah, ribbon. Let's say Artem picked up the ribbon before you guys poured that thing into the hole.
What do I do with the ribbon?
In the hole,
Put it in,
dude.
put it in the slot.
I can't see anything.
Oh. Well then, that sounds reasonable.
It is, isn't it?
No. But I'll do it anyway.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is
But however, you look at the hole and the door is moving to open and it has covered the hole.
sorry, the door is moving in what?
The door slides. So as it's sliding, it's covering up the hole. There's no more hole there.
Oh, never mind. I don't know what to do. Let's just kill the shadows. Back to plan 1. Kill Dewey Shadow. So what I'm gonna do, what type of damage does Spiritual Weapon do?
I'm not sure.
It's force damage. Useless. That's the worst one. That's the worst damage. I'm gonna cast Spiritual
Whoa.
Weapon.
No, it's not.
I know, I'm being satirical.
You can actually place a spiritual weapon token if you want.
Yep. So here it looks like a hammer,
Yeah.
but it actually looks like a buoy, like one of the markers in the lake or in the ocean, I guess.
Buoy.
Buoy. Yeah. So I'm gonna summon a spiritual weapon, and it's gonna attack Shadow 3 for my bonus action.
It hits shadow number 3, your shadow. When you damage your own shadow, your shadow begins morphing and changing, and it takes up your exact image. The other two shadows are just amorphous blobs.
Yeah, joke's on you. I hate myself. I'm gonna do I'm gonna also do my Toll the Dead as my action, my cantrip action.
Okay. The shadow fails.
Yeah, just like I would.
Shit.
Unfortunately, the shadow is immune to necrotic damage.
Immune. That makes sense. Well, that's all I got, guys. Good luck.
Arun, it's your turn.
Oh boy.
Ardum.
Ardum. I keep calling you Arun because I have a friend named Arun,
Yeah.
and my brain automatically fills in a blank that shouldn't be there.
Oh boy, options, so many options.
Well, mine wasn't that tough. I think we could take them.
Oh, mine's gonna have so many hit points. Oh no.
Yours is hardy. Oh geez. All right, I'm a little concerned here about Emil because he's blinded. So, for my bonus action, I'm going to Shield of Faith him.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully I don't lose it when I get bludgeoned here in a little bit. And then, yeah. I'm going to attempt to, do I want to hit it, or should I try, should I hit it with the ribbon?
Yeah, do a ribbon dance.
I know, right?
You don't have a good way of attacking the shadow with a ribbon. You can try to whip it with ribbon, I guess. You do hit the shadow.
Oh.
As you hit the shadow, it begins to morph. It changes and warps into the shape of a demon with horns and a tail, reflecting your own inner nature.
Well, that's disquieting.
Yeah, mine just looks like a punk. That's pretty gnarly.
The hardy shadow is going to attack you, Emil. It's got advantage because you're blind.
Oh.
Ooh, it's going to get you with that.
Wow. Even with the +2.
8 points of damage, plus it rolls a 1d4. Your strength goes down by 3.
Uh-oh.
If your strength goes to 0, it's lights out.
Guys, I'm in significantly more danger than I thought.
Do you want me to put my strength down?
If you're doing something that's going to involve your strength score,
No,
go
I'm
ahead,
not.
If not, then just keep that in mind. I'll put it a note on your thing. Strength drain 3.
Okay.
Just so we keep track. But if you have something that affects your strength score, then yes, you have to actually
Do
change
I know
your strength.
how long the blindness lasts?
You don't know, and you're still blind.
Yeah, alright.
Shadow number 3, you attack that shadow, and it's going to attack you. But it doesn't get advantage. It misses you. And after it misses you, you see the shadow begins to warp, and it changes, and it warps into, it appears to be a woman. She's got a lot of features that look a lot like you.
Mom?
It's not anyone you know directly, but she looks a lot like you. Like you could be related to her.
Just Lady Dewey. Do that.
Yeah, Emil, it's your turn.
Well, I don't really know what to do here.
You're only blind. You can still act.
Yeah, but let's see. This is new to me, so
Being blind.
yes.
Being blind means you can't target anything because you can't see, and your attacks have disadvantage.
Well, if I can't target, how would I even? You know what I'm saying?
You can attack with disadvantage, or you
Okay.
can move. You can disengage. You can still do those stuff.
All right. I guess I will attack.
Could you heal yourself?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
heal certainly, but unfortunately, if your ability requires a target, you're not able to do it because you're blind.
Well, I'll just take a healing potion. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
You can certainly target yourself, of course.
Yep. That should be 7. I think it went through. No, did it not?
No, I don't think
I
so.
don't think so because you have still 16 wounds.
Okay.
So I will change you to 9 wounds.
Thank you.
Shadow number 2 attacking Arun.
Oh, can I try and move though while that's going on?
If you move, he's going to opportunity attack you.
All right, never mind.
You can if you want.
Just take a beating. We'll save you as soon as we can.
Arun, you get hit with strength drain. Bad news all around. Your concentration drops. And you take 6 damage, and on top of that, we roll a d4. Your strength score goes down by 1. I don't know if that's going to affect your attack bonus.
Yes, it will actually.
Okay, so I'll... So when you attack next time, put a -1 to that attack.
Yeah.
Dewey.
Yes,
You're our only hope, Dewey.
I don't know why.
Fair
Why does
and
that keep
well.
happening? You guys are so much tougher than me. I'm gonna...
Dewey. I'm dying here.
Okay. A spiritual
a-
weapon attack him?
It is a hit with the spiritual weapon.
I'm like, you think I won't hit a
you
girl?
did it.
You think
Your
I
spirit-
won't hit a girl?
Your spiritual weapon destroys your shadow.
Okay, so that's my bonus action. For my action, I really, really want to help, but I don't know what I can do.
How many cantrips do you have?
How many useful cantrips do I have, you mean?
He just has the bell
you
one.
can always do some healing.
Yeah. I mean, I'd have to be right next to it. My thing is, I don't want to run past it because then they're gonna hit me. But I also don't want to be standing in between them because then they'll both hit me.
Just come around behind me.
Well, I was going to. Well, oh yeah, I guess you are hurt more than.
Yeah, heal Artem.
Me.
Heal Artem.
Okay, yeah, I was going to heal. Why can I move Artem? Okay, sorry. 15, 20.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, go the long way.
15, 20, 25, 30. I'll be like right behind you. And I'll cure wounds. And I'm gonna roll really high, right, Dewey?
Not bad.
Good enough.
Oh yeah,
Not bad.
that's sufficient.
Okay.
Artem, it's your turn.
All right, let's see.
I am running low on slots though. So be careful.
All right, this one, if I hit, it's getting the sacred smite or the divine smite.
Very good.
But there's no hit at all.
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
But you don't waste the smite, correct?
No.
Yeah, smite you decide only after you hit, so that's a good point of it.
Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate.
And also, you should have attacked that a little bit less because of your strength drain.
Yeah. Good. That would have put me at a 5.
The hardy shadow next to Emil continues to try to suck out his life force.
Great.
Ooh, he misses.
Nice.
He misses. Very nice. Emil, it's your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna, I guess, try and attack the guy next to me.
Shadow 2 is hurt a little.
If I can move within range for both of them, you gotta let me know. You gotta walk me through it, because I don't know where I'm going.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't even know if I think you're blind.
I am blind.
Yeah, I know.
Like he's blind for like the last 10 minutes.
He clearly looks blind. You can see he's got his hand over his eyes.
Wait, how does he look blind?
He's kind of got his one of his hands are over his eyes, like he's reaching out.
Okay, so he's not blind. He's covering his eyes. Covering his eyes.
All right. Well, if that's the case, I think I have the guy targeted. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and disadvantage.
I think you rolled something.
Yeah, I see the dice, but it just hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
Okay, that works. Yeah.
One thing is that, what are you attacking with?
Plus
The
one
scimitar?
Yeah.
You have now incorporating your strength drain of 3. Is that your attack bonus?
I believe that's finesse. So it's light.
Oh, it's finesse. Right. Never mind then. Never mind. I didn't realize you were using finesse. Okay, you're good. You're good.
I was like, oh no, did he just get checkmated?
You hear the shadow just scream as you cut it through it. The magical weapon does more damage to this shadow than a regular weapon, which it resists.
Thank God.
Shadow number 2 is still after you. Misses you.
Nice.
And we back to Dewey.
Okay. I'm moving my spiritual weapon in between the two. And I'm going to attack Hardy with it. That
20.
looked like a natural one.
That's 20 is absolutely a hit.
Okay, roll real low when it's not defending you. Good job, Dewey.
Now, when you do damage to Emil's shadow, it disappears.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Somebody stabbed my shadow.
I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but we should listen to my plans more often.
Wait, no. Weren't we supposed to beat our own shadow?
No, you were supposed to beat me up, then the second least toughest, and then the most toughest. That was the plan.
I mean, the ghosts told us that we had to defeat our shadow.
The ghost warned you against fighting yourself. Didn't specify
I misunderstood.
People. So that was the little hint the ghost was, I guess, cryptically giving you. But you found out eventually anyway.
Yeah,
so you're all good.
just they talk to parties like we're all one person, so I did not pick up on that at all. Like, it was like, don't attack yourselves. And I'm like, okay, I won't, I guess. And then I did. Sorry,
there's a bonus action, so you could come around and poke this. Oh, wait, no, you're done, aren't you?
No, he's got an action. He could melee hit.
I don't have any melee attacks. I have a slingshot.
That'll work.
I'll, like, peek my head over, and I'll sling him. Slang. That works.
But it wasn't your turn. Was it your turn?
Yeah.
Well, I used my bonus action for the spiritual weapon, but I still have my action.
I see. Okay, that's a hit on that.
Sorry, I did end my turn, to be fair, but...
as you damage somebody else's shadow, that shadow disappears.
Ooh.
And the light, that blinding light, disappears. And your blindness disappears, and after 1 minute, the strength drain disappears.
Oh, man. Well,
nice work, guys.
Come here, Emil. You need a little bit of this magic healing.
Yeah, give him some sugar.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna press the lay on hands button 12 times.
Yeah, it's set up very funny.
I think a minute later, your spiritual weapon disappears too.
Yep.
All right, all's well that ends well. Oh God, we're all blind.
I'm blind. I'm dead.
And
Okay.
we're back.
I'm back. We're good. Did you guys recognize the woman that my shadow turned into?
I didn't see anything. But I see
Okay.
the doors open.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm a little tired, but I'm still motivated to keep going.
Yeah. Story of my life.
So
All right.
finally, you open the vault, the door to the inner vault, and you look around. This place is completely unfinished, just natural stone. And you go around the corner, and there's a big, gleaming, beautiful treasure chest. On top of the treasure chest, there is a set of scales, like balance scales, stuff they used in medieval times to measure weight. On the one side of the scales has a big clump of that red stuff, and obviously it's weighing down the scales. All around you there are boxes, and you open up the boxes, it's full of that red stuff, although it looks like it's going moldy, having been here for many decades, having been buried down here. It appears that this treasure box is buried with the bones of Pallon himself, which you find right next to the treasure box. His bones are leaning against the wall. Doesn't appear to be properly buried. It appears that he did not have the burial that he was looking for. Something had gone wrong, and he just died crouched in a corner, probably doing the red stuff. And you can see his bones are just on the ground.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Looks like
going.
he
I'm
died
going
doing
straight. Going straight divine sense for some undead here.
Yeah, there's divine sense coming out of Pallon's body. There's also divine sense of some other undead presence in the room.
Oh man. Well, we better get this one right, or things are gonna get real ugly real quick.
All
Yeah,
right.
show him the ribbon. Show him how
I'm gonna whip
bad
the
he's been.
ribbon.
Put the
and,
ribbon in the scale.
Set it in the scale. Yeah.
You
And what
set
do
the
you do
ribbon.
is say, look what you did.
I
You set
know.
the ribbon on the
Mistake.
scale, and that is the perfect thing to do, because the ribbon goes on the scale, and first the ribbon balances with the red stuff, even though it like physically it shouldn't, because the ribbon's really light, but it balances with the red stuff on the scale. The scale tilts back and forth, and the ribbon gets heavier than the red stuff on the scale. And as this happens, an image appears before you. Where are my images? Fantasy Grounds is playing games with me again.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons 5e. I love that the puzzles. Oh, ugh.
This the undead spirit of Pallon the Pious appears. Now he appears very aged. There's a crazed look in the eyes of this ghost, and the ghost is soaking wet, dripping water all over. And he says, he just screams out, "Oh my love, where are you, my love?"
This guy's toxic.
Does appear toxic, yes. He doesn't seem like a nice dude from what you're seeing here.
He definitely doesn't resemble his earlier portrait. So.
No,
Also-
he's aged many years, and he looks crazed.
Also, that's my patron, guys.
What?
Dewey, yeah, here, Dewey. Just gonna,
So Dewey, as you approach Pallon the Pious, he actually turns over and he recognizes you somewhat. He says, have you brought my love back to me as I have asked? So many years ago, 'twas I who had found you grasping as a babe. lost, cursed, and 'twas I who brought you out of the curse, and 'twas I who gave you the power of the sea. I knew that one day, as was foretold, my disciple would bring my love to me. Since you said he's your patron, he's your patron.
No, I get you.
There you go.
We met her a couple of days ago. You cursed her because you're kind of a bad guy.
Impossible. All I've ever done was love her. How could it be?
Yeah, real quick, what's her name again?
You actually
We never actually found out.
I'm asking him. I'm asking Pallon.
Oh, I have given her 1,000 names. Summer Blossom, the light of the east. But oh, sadly, I have never known her. 'Tis true.
Yeah, man, you're not in love. I'm sorry. You'd never even met her. You cursed her soul and stuff?
You can persuade. Let's see a big persuasion.
I'll help you.
Yes, you can. Well, what are you going to do to help him? This is the big climax.
What am I gonna do? Well, I'm gonna look at him and also say, hey, like, you know, you just saw her, and she died because of you, and you need to let go if you actually care about her at all.
All right, I'll accept that. I'll take that. That sounds very reasonable.
Like, I mean, she did nothing wrong. She was minding her own business, riding a ship, and you ruined everything. It's insane. Okay.
You see, he backs up and he starts looking angry, and he says, "No, lies. No, I did not. And
I did not heat her. I did not."
Yeah, and he appears. He appears like he's in denial and he's not accepting of it, and he says, "Leave my tomb."
All right. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dewey.
You're sorry for me?
We're gonna take back the ribbon then.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that ghost.
No.
Hey, no more dreams, okay?
He looks at you and he says, "My dreams are all I have left of my existence."
Don, you're breaking out.
Oh, he looks at all of you and he says, "The dreams are all I have of my existence."
It's time for you to move on, Pallon. I thought you were biased.
Do whatever you want, but honestly, leave us out of it, please.
You can see he says, "No, I didn't do any wrong. It wasn't me. No."
Okay.
And you see he's grabbing his skull, clearly in complete denial of what he did.
Okay. I'm gonna need verbal confirmation. You're turning off our nightmares, right?
He says, "I can't. As long as I exist, so will my memories."
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. I don't hear anything else. I hit him.
I'm hitting him.
I'm so tired of him.
I'm doing that as well.
All right. You want to begin combat with the ghost?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean...
all right.
I don't want to, but yeah.
No, unfortunately, your persuasion was not good enough to get him to come to the realization of the horrible things that he did.
Yeah, I'm gonna start swinging. I'm gonna hit him with his own...
put him to rest the old-fashioned way.
Yep.
So do I just roll my attack?
We're going to just do the initiative round. Hold on. All right, we are in initiative now. Dewey, you can go first against your own patron. Will your
Or,
spells even work?
I mean, if they don't, I have the old salt and pepper.
Okay.
Those are my fists. First things first, I summon a big anchor, or like a pirate flag, but like instead of the Jolly Rogers on like a black canvas, it's the ribbon that what's her name has, like on a pole. It just like swings over and hits them.
That's a hit on the ghost.
Okay, great.
Good.
I'm like,
Good.
I'm so
good.
use
The,
your
em- the emperor's in the back.
I'm so mad at this guy. Yeah, I'm also gonna use my action to use my sling. Like, turn it off. Turn it off, please.
That's not gonna hit him.
Okay. That's me. That's Dewey.
Arun, it's you. Ardum. Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right, I'm just gonna come in and, I guess it's time to, Oh, wait. Hold on, is this an action? Oh, it is. Well then,
Do it, Artem.
Yeah, you know what? That's okay. I'm gonna channel divine magical awesomeness and, sacred my weapon.
Oh, what is that ability? I'm sorry.
So it's
You made it sound really cool.
I hold my weapon aloft, and with a prayer to Lathandor, my weapon begins glowing brightly, and it like literally it emits bright light in a 20-foot radius, and becomes magical. And also, I get to add my charisma bonus to my attacks.
Nice.
But unfortunately, channeling that is my action.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Well, you can't attack until next round, correct?
Correct. So I stepped in the way here to soak the beating that that might have gone to someone else.
All right, it's Pallon's turn, and he begins whispering dark chaos magic obscenities at you three. Casting Bane.
You have merely adopted the darkness.
I need it's a charisma saving throw from all three of you.
Oh,
To see who
everybody.
gets affected.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, it's a chance to shine.
Charisma save?
Yes.
Please don't roll a
18.
1. Ah, big flex.
Unfortunately, Dewey,
Wow.
him
Oh, we
being
are
your
very charismatic.
patron, he has baned you.
I understand. I get it. What does Bane do?
It just adds penalties when you roll skills and attacks and saves. Adds a negative D4, so it should automatically do so.
Okay. I don't like that.
Naturally. Emil.
All right.
That's a hit. Guiding Bolt. Very nice. Is that from that scroll?
Nope, that's my spell slot. But it could be.
He takes 17 devastating points of radiant damage that he cannot resist.
Nice.
And, but he maintains his concentration.
Not nice.
Dewey, it's your turn.
I'll try the same thing. I was like hovering over. I was hovering over it when he did it, and I was like, did I click that by accident?
That is a hit.
Okay, also, wait, did I get advantage because he landed his guiding bolt?
I think you do, but you can roll it again just to see if you crit.
Yeah,
Bah.
because a critting guiding bolt is pretty wild.
That's
Wait.
massive.
How does that get advantage?
Because you hit him with the guiding bolt, that grants. Oh my goodness! That is, I think, yeah, that is the roll of the day.
Wow.
I'm like, I'm so tired.
And his concentration actually dies.
How does he get the advantage? I'm just curious because I'm
If guiding bolt lands on a target, then the next hit gets advantage.
So
Yeah,
then-
that's part
Oh,
of the
that's
guiding
awesome.
bolt description.
Yeah.
So your guiding bolt also hit him, so you're still granting advantage on him.
Awesome. I'm also going to use my spiritual weapon.
Oh dang! I wanted a shot. I was gonna hit him with the biggest hit following that.
A smite.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I would be using my own. Oh wait, no. It's you get advantage until.
Until your
How long
turn.
does it last?
No, it's the next hit.
So it's the next round. No, until the. And
The next attack roll is
made
made
against
against the
this
target.
target before the end of your next turn has advantage.
Yeah, but it only applies to one
it's
attack.
just the next attack roll.
Okay.
Man, I do want to save it, but also I don't want to just not attack my.
Like let him get a advantage on his shit because.
Oh,
he
I'm
gets more
not going to
damage.
get advantage. I'm going to consume our triple inspiration that I have stored up for an auto 20.
Oh no, you don't get that. You don't get the golden.
Yes,
No.
use it or lose it, right?
You get regular inspirations. I don't give out goldens for these one shots.
Oh, see, darn. I didn't realize that
Yeah.
we couldn't use that here. Well then,
Actually,
no,
that's
go
not
ahead,
true.
Scooby.
I do give them out in special circumstances. But go ahead, Dewey. Go ahead, roll that.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. You're gonna destroy this ghost.
He'll be dead anyway.
Okay, 22.
Oh, not yet.
He's okay. He's fine.
I get a chance.
Arden gets his chance.
All right,
You're right,
I will just use a
Arden, do you
regular
want
inspiration. That's fine.
Do you want to put Pallon out of his misery?
I would like to send him on to the next life with, grace and poise.
Oh, you put the damage on yourself first, but you didn't
That'd
attack
be
him.
all right. And I didn't
18's
even
gonna-
have him targeted. Wow.
But 18's gonna hit him. 18's gonna hit him. Now you may roll that damage.
Get him, Artem. This is your story.
Here you go.
You destroy.
Thanks,
You finally destroy this twisted soul as he vaporizes and moves on, probably to Avernus. That's where he's going.
Well, that's
and-
unfortunate.
As his soul dissipates, you guys start feeling this real kind of heavy feeling inside of yourselves. This lethargy as you collapse right there, falling asleep. And for the first time in your lives, you guys have a sleep that is uninterrupted by any nightmares. You wake up it's like 8 hours later, and you kind of look at each other. You've actually been able to cure yourselves of this curse, finally. And before you stands this big shiny treasure chest, and you see Alina kind of floating before it, and she says, "I just wanted to thank you for all that you've done before I myself can move on. It is a shame that we could not make Pallon realize the wrongness of what he has done. But nonetheless, this evil is stricken from the land." And she says, "Please, all of his treasures lie here in this chest. They are yours."
Oh, cool. Thanks.
And as she says this, she fades away.
All right. See ya. Guys, I had an awful nightmare, but it wasn't about a crashing ship.
Oh,
Yeah, it was a different nightmare. It was about undead telling me that I'm wrong and the face of that guy that we killed.
What guy?
Exactly.
There you go.
Well, let's hope that. Wait. Actually, I vaguely remember before passing out, he was your patron. Have you been?
Well, technically, you're like a cleric, I guess, but
Yeah.
I ran with it since you said he's your patron.
Do you,
Yeah,
do you still have divine powers?
No, Dewey's just some guy now.
Yeah.
Maybe, and hear me out, friend. Maybe Lathander is for you.
No, I'm good, man.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
Settle down,
Are you
Artem.
sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna go back to Florida and just,
Yeah.
live my life.
So here's the final tally. So much gold that you guys can go off and be very, very well off for quite a while.
Wow.
You can. Pallon has his old magical gear that he used to wear in life, and also there are those scales that you guys have used to bring Pallon's ghost about.
Well, I'm definitely taking the armor.
You can have that gross scimitar too. Blech. It's time for you to learn how to dual wield, my friend.
I was literally thinking.
So in epilogue, you guys have gotten this treasure, now making you guys pretty wealthy because you found all this gold. What had happened back in the town of Tusk, of course, is that you guys have killed those members of the Trade Commission and Jeffrey, who's a member of the Zentarum. Unfortunately, it was witnessed. So you spend the next couple of months running away from the Zentarum, which are hunting you. The town itself, after the mayor discovers what Redcliffe had been doing with the Tusk cakes, he shuts Redcliffe's operation down completely. Redcliffe goes to prison for poisoning, for putting a poison for mass distribution, and he's never heard from again. But the kobolds that were living in the Leviathan, a couple of years later, you guys are all on different adventures and doing your own thing. You hear that the town of Tusk, a couple of years later, was completely overrun by vicious kobolds. Apparently they had finished all of that bone marrow inside that cavern. It drove them insane, and they went on a murderous rampage, eventually destroying the town.
Well, that was a slight mistake.
And this is how it ends.